Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And I just love how this effect works on their background. It really looks like they're floating through space, eh? So cool. And as we wait our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, nationality, occupation, blood type, whatever. Everyone is welcome. This is a non-denominational spiritual space for us to come together as fellow spiritual seekers, uplifting each other, relating in one another's experiences, and sharing positive sentiments. Hello, Haneki. You're asking, what time is it at my place? Right now it is 5:17 in the afternoon. And hello, Bobby Sue. Thank you for gifting us a Heart Me pair of team bracelet and a cheer you up so early on. Your blessings will do us good. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Usha. Thank you for your Heart Me. And hello, yay, it's a me. You're in the same time zone, I hear. And good evening, keeping it wheels. And Aniki, you share that it's 2 a.m. in the Netherlands. Well, what are you doing up so late? Regardless, I'm happy to have you here. And I hope to perhaps relax you enough so that you may have some good rest. And hello, Ragnhildur. And Maxie, you share that it's 1 a.m. in Scotland. You guys are up very early. Or very late, depending on your perspective. Hello, Chris. Hello, the Daily, also known as Sagiko. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your rose a moment ago. Hariom Tatsa. And Lovely Heights, thank you for your 20 roses. I hope to go to very lovely spiritual heights with you today in this live stream. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Flow with Paige. And hello, Amber Myers. And thank you for your Heart Me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Haneki, you're asking, by the way, can I heal people? I can be there for people who are healing. Let me put it that way. And hello, 31 Planes of Existence. And thank you, Vladimir, for blessing us with your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Since you all are so early, you all get to participate in my question of the day. If you want, of course. Today's question is rather straightforward. I am asking, above my head here, what virtue would you wish upon your child? Or if it's easier to think about just a child in general, what do you think is an important virtue to pass on to a child? Kindness, says Mark. That's a very nice one. Indeed. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a flying yam, says Sky Guardian. I do kind of feel like I'm in the Millennium Falcon going through space. And Compassion shares Flow with Paige. That's a very important one indeed. Selfless service, says Sky Guardian. I love that. Loki, you share that patience is a virtue you'd wish upon a child. So important. Yet we all know how impatient children are. That's a difficult one. Aham Brahmasmi, says Chloe Evans. Is that the virtue you'd wish upon a child? You are the ultimate reality. They already know that. They know they're the main character. You agree, Jesse. Patience is a great one. A stress-free mindset. I love that, Lushino. And I love how you correlate stress with the mindset that we have. Absolutely. Some mindsets can be conducive to stress, and some can be conducive to the freedom from stress. I concur. Gaia, you say forgiveness. I love that. Yeah. What an important virtue. And hello, Krista Lee. Thank you for your TikTok. Radhe, Radhe. We will just be reading a book momentarily, since I know you like to listen to those. 31 planes of existence you share. Be loving kindness to all things. Very sweet. Caterpillar and foot emoji. Vibe Weaver. Vibe Waver. You share enlightenment. Children are pretty enlightened already. They just have to keep that into adolescence. That's the tricky part. Warmth, says Haneki. Warmth is a lovely virtue. I like that. And treat everyone equally. Well said. Empathy, says Cameron. Empathy is a great virtue. I love seeing children who are empathetic. That is for sure. And Honey Badger Heals, you share clarity. Yeah. I like that. That is a good sentiment behind it. Kind of clear mind. And Chelsea, you ask, what does virtue mean? You know, it's a good question. I would say that a virtue is a positive trait that a role model might have. One that makes someone virtuous. Dansuela, you share that you wish that your child will know that they are of the love that you hold for them. So sweet. And well said, Dansuela. So wonderful. Bobby Sue, you share fairness and integrity. An adept to you. You would wish that they always knew when they had enough. I think that is the most we could wish for our children, isn't it? Happiness, says Vibe Waver. Hard work, says Chloe. Why make work hard? How about easy work? Work easy. Or work softly to yourself. Love everyone as you have loved them. Shares 31 planes. Very nice. And Sakiko, you share comfortableness, and confidence to be exactly who she is. Sakiko's mom. I love that. And hello, Paul. Aloha, Gaia. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. Enzo, you share cunning, even though you're not sure if it's a virtue. That's quite alright. I think there are many ways being cunning can be a virtue. And hello, Minxie's Corner. That love fulfills all, that one, says Kaylee. Indeed it does. And hello, Yana. I agree. Clarity is a good one, Babisu. Jam Garza, you share. Respecting, setting boundaries, and being humane. So simple. 31 Planes, you share. Acceptance. Learn to accept the world as it is. That's a powerful one. And Usha, you share. Authenticity and freedom to express feelings safely. I love that a lot. And thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses. Aryam Tat Sat. And hello, Anna. You share the virtue of valuing nature and learning from it. There is a lot that nature can teach us, that's for sure. I do recommend everyone go into the forest, into a desert, walk along a beach, climb a mountain. Abundance, says Sage. I love that. Abundance is a wonderful feeling to harbor. And thank you, Anthony. I am feeling great and mellow. True love, says Christ Freya. And hello, Lex. Honesty, says Ranjit. And Gaia, you echo that true love is precious. So true. And forgiveness, says Alfie. Fearlessness, adds Ranjit. And originality, adds Alfie as well. I love that. And that's quite alright, Haneki. You have a good sleep. And truth, says Salvadorian. Took me a couple times. Maybe one of those is right. Truth. Truth is a great virtue. And Lex, you share that patience and compassion are with themselves and others. I love that. And humility, adds Ranji. And Jadek Monique, you share learning about sadness and how to deal with it. I love that. Wow. Thank you, everyone. I certainly enjoyed this exploration of the question of the day. I think all of you would make good parents. Maybe not. It doesn't have to occur in a very stereotypical way, but we can be a parent of many different varieties and express the virtues of children in many different ways. So thank you, everyone, for entertaining me with the question of the day today. After I do a question of the day, I like to read from a book that we've been reading together. Today's book is still Roar the Ganges. I hope you will enjoy listening to this as I will enjoy reading it to you. We are very far into the book, and we are only days away from Mark's initiation as a sannyasi to become Swami Taratmananda, as he was when he wrote this book. We were discussing the nature of Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga, and how the first 2 limbs involved the Yamas and the Niyamas, the 5 prohibitions and the 5 observances, the do's and don'ts of yoga. And so the natural question arose, why were moral rules included in a system of meditation? It's a good question, so let's explore that today. Their purpose is to help avoid conflict in life, since any conflict can be an obstacle to meditation. Try meditating after you got in an argument with someone. Those who fail to conform to social and moral norms are likely to find themselves at odds with others. Swami Dayananda, my guru, compares the violation of moral laws to rubbing up against the rough bark of a tree with one's bare arm. He asks, who gets rubbed? The tree rubs back, leaving your arm scratched and bleeding, while the tree remains unaffected. Similarly, when we rub against the moral order by violating ethical norms, we get rubbed back in the process and become engulfed in conflict. Thus, the Yamas and Niyamas guide us to lead conflict-free lives for the sake of meditation. The next limb, Asana, refers to the sitting posture used in meditation. The Yoga Sutras define asana simply as a stable, comfortable position in which you can meditate without being troubled by aching legs, a stiff back, or by drowsiness. I'm sure we have all tried meditating in a position that was too comfortable, and we just fall into sleep. Yet, as anyone who has meditated for extended periods can attest, these troubles are not easily overcome. The complex system of postures that developed over the years, though not a part of the Yoga Sutras themselves, evolved as a means to help you acquire sufficient strength and flexibility to sit comfortably in meditation for hours. Pranayama means control of the prana, the vital force or breath. Breathing exercises can help you control your mind, since breath and mind are intimately linked. When your mind is agitated, your breathing generally becomes rapid and shallow. Conversely, when your mind is composed, your breathing is likely to be slow and deep. Because of this breath-mind connection, intentionally slowing your breathing will make your mind more peaceful. I almost developed a lisp for that word, peaceful. As with asanas, a system of breathing exercises evolved to help you calm your mind in preparation for meditation. Pratyahara and Dharana mean sense withdrawal and concentration, respectively. They describe the process by which your attention is withdrawn from worldly activity and focused within. Our five senses link us to the outside world and therefore become sources of distraction during meditation. Noises, itches, and flying insects can potentially derail your meditative efforts. But when your attention is sufficiently concentrated on an object of meditation, you can become free from such distractions, just as someone absorbed in reading a book might not take notice of noises or even a pesky fly. Dhyana, or meditation, is defined as fixing your mind solely on the object of meditation, such that no other thoughts intervene. Normally, our thinking rambles from one topic to another in a flow of associated thoughts. This tendency for associative thinking can quickly sidetrack your efforts to meditate. Hearing an automobile passing nearby can initiate a chain of thoughts like this. Oh, that reminds me to get my car's brakes adjusted. I should buy a new car. My neighbor just bought a new Toyota. Toyotas are good cars. They are made in Japan. In this way, Your thoughts can race from a passing car to Japan in a matter of moments. Each thought leads to a related thought, forming a chain of associative thinking that can continue unbroken for minutes or even hours at a time. I'm glad you enjoyed the lotus sticker, Sarah Lynn. I'm still working on a tiny dino sticker for you. In Dhyana, the chain of associative thinking is broken by directing your mind towards an object of meditation. For example, you might repeat a mantra, visualize a sacred image, or attentively observe each breath. In every case, the chain of associative thinking is replaced by a flow of thoughts directed towards the object of meditation. At first, this flow of thoughts is unsteady. The mind wanders frequently and must be brought back to the object of meditation again and again. But eventually, your thoughts will form a steady stream flowing towards the object of meditation without interruption. An unbroken current, often likened to the ribbon-like flow of oil poured from one vessel to another. The 8-rung ladder of yoga culminates in Samadhi, absorption. Samadhi is a meditative state in which the distinction between meditator and object of meditation disappears. The meditator is metaphorically said to merge into the object of meditation. In the wake of this absorption, what remains is the unchanging presence of the object of meditation, experienced as a blissful state of oneness. And hi, Kara. Although Samadhi is the goal of yogic practice, it is not considered the ultimate goal of Vedantic spiritual pursuit. Samadhi is a transient experience. You might be able to enjoy its perfect state of oneness, but like any other experience, that state eventually comes to an end also. It is not possible to remain permanently in any mental state, including the state of Samadhi, nor would it be desirable to do so. How strange to envision the goal of spiritual life as remaining in a state of constant absorption, utterly cut off from all worldly interaction. Enlightenment is not a state of isolated perfection that denies the value and beauty of human life, but rather a state of freedom in which human life is embraced unconditionally with all its challenges and limitations. Countless meditators have experienced the bliss of Samadhi, only to emerge from meditation no wiser than before. This has been my experience as well. In nearly 20 years of meditation, I have had many experiences that might be called Samadhi. After each of these meditations, I felt wonderfully elevated and profoundly moved. Sometimes those feelings lingered for a few days, but they invariably faded and left me essentially unchanged. According to Vedanta, the experience of Samadhi alone is not adequate for gaining self-knowledge, knowledge of Atman, the true self. A valid means of knowledge, a pramana, is required. But since extraordinary knowledge requires extraordinary preparation, yoga and meditation are certainly necessary to become fully prepared for the ultimate inquiry into the truth of oneself. And so we end the chapter, and with that, our reading for now. Later on, we may continue the next chapter on devotion, service, or renunciation. But I thank you, my dear viewers, for listening with me. And we will open the floor back up to questions and answers on all things spiritual, metaphysical, philosophical, universal. But before then, allow me to extend my gratitude to This Is My Show for sending that heart me whilst I read Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your 22 roses. And a tiny yippee. And thank you, He, for your heart me, quartet of team bracelets, a pair of roses, and a rosa. Radhe Radhe. We are on page 228, Sky Guardian. Or more specifically, that will be the book or the page that we continue reading from next time. Zasid, you are wondering, what do I think about the flower industry and about gestures with flowers? I have not put much thought into the flower industry, but I can say that flowers are lovely. When they open, they are said to release prana, the same energy that flows during Reiki, for example, or Tai Chi. So receiving flowers or even walking by them can be like a Reiki experience, just by itself, on its own. And I love flowers. Flowers are so beautiful. And thank you, Drainadora, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lex, you ask, can I speak to you all of the 3 jewels of Buddhism? Certainly. Actually, the mantra that we are going to do at the end of today's session speaks of them. The triple jewel, that is the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. You all should know what a Sangha is by now, given that's what I title these live streams. But in particular, the Sangha of the triple jewel refers to a Buddhist gathering or community. The triple refuge means to abide with faith in Buddha, the source of wisdom, or the vehicle of wisdom, depending on your perspective. The Dharma, which is the teaching itself, and the Sangha, which are the fellow students. So thematically, you could say it is taking refuge in the teacher, the teaching, and fellow students of the teacher. It is important that one takes refuge in these things because it is the power of association in which this whole human experience is guided. What we associate with determines our future, and in the future, the state of our present. So associating with a qualified teacher, teachings that are self-evident, and fellow motivated classmates or students. That association alone can be your motivator for accelerating along the spiritual path. And thank you, Vladimir, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sarah Lynn, thank you for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Nelly who? You ask. Can I talk about the third eye and crown chakra and how to open them? The highest of the chakras, let us remind ourselves that the chakras are each metaphors for stages of awakening. The metaphor of the third eye is to see, literally, no pun intended, see yourself as that third eye that shines through both eyes. Consider this thought experiment. You have two eyes, but it's not like inside your mind you have to run all over to the left eye so you can look out of that one, and then when you're done looking out of the left eye you can run over to the right eye and then you look out the right eye. Actually, you look through both eyes at the same time, which is funny when you think about it, because it doesn't have to be like that. It is a possible alternative that we could look through one eye at a time. We could only be aware of one organ of sensation, and we'd have to somehow move ourselves to go and look through our ear or our nostril or our tongue or our skin. But instead what we find is that we experience all the senses simultaneously. Now, although it is true that we can only think about one sensation at a time, we are aware of all of them simultaneously. So you could picture yourself as seated at the center of your head, for example, as if you were a third eye, which looked through both at the same time, listened through both ears, smelt through both nostrils, tasted through the tongue, and felt through the skin. You are Sakshi, in other words, a witness, and this is the metaphor of the third eye. To be open to it means to understand yourself as that witness. And then going beyond that metaphor, the crown chakra. What does the crown symbolize? The top. It represents that ultimate reality, which you are. Seeing yourself not just as a witness, but as the very firmament of your existence itself. Aham Brahmasmi is the realization of the crown chakra. I am the ultimate reality, supremacy itself. And that's right, Lex. Sakshi is the Sanskrit word for the witness. Sakshi. Claybeard, you need to relax. It's good to be honest with yourself. Setting that intention is an important part to relaxation. And hello, Judah girl. And thank you to Nish for your trio of cloud breads a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good morning, Steve. And hello, Space Elite. And thank you, Lex, for your hand hearts. Tiny Tiny. Nippy. A heart me. And 11 roses. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Bobby So, for your 15 finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And Sir Smoke a Lot, thank you for your pair of TikToks. Hari Om Tat Sat. Real, you had asked, what gives a negative aura? And why do your parents have bad auras? Consider how when we sing at the right frequency, the resonance frequency of, say, a wine glass, it vibrates too, and it can even break. You could say that the space around a person resonates with what frequency is in their mind. You can almost tell someone's thinking bad thoughts, even if they're not saying them out loud. Even if it isn't expressed on their face, you might just get a bad feeling around some people. Dogs are really good at sensing that. Your dog just gets really angry with negative people, even if they haven't even been negative yet. You know? And at the same time, your dog just loves certain people, even if they've never met them before. Animals are very sensitive to this, but people can also be sensitive to this. We can be sensitive to the quality of one's mind. This doesn't mean that you have the ability to read minds, but it is like hearing someone's voices on the other side of a wall. You might not be able to cue into the contents of the conversation, but you can tell if their voice is raised, if one person is laughing, if another person is scared. The same way, you might be in tune with the quality of one's thoughts, just being around them. They have that presence to them. And the best way to complement that, if you're surrounded, is to start thinking positively yourself. I am loved beyond reason. I am cared for. I am in the right place, the right time. The universe is working in my favor. Yes. Thank you, Sarah Lynn, again, for your quintet of roses a few minutes ago. And Lex, for your ice cream. Jai Sita Ram. Gaia, you ask, what is my element? My element? I am reminded of the second verse from the Ashtavakra Gita. The second verse of Ashtavakra, I guess it's the third verse in total, where Ashtavakra says, "You are neither earth, water, fire, nor air, nor are you even empty space. You are beyond the elements of the material existence. You are the witness, aware of them all." Daninsky, you're wondering, what do I think about thoughts? Very meta. Thoughts are like our dialogue options in a video game. In modern times, video games are getting exceedingly clever at giving the user ultimate freedom. And even with the rise of artificial intelligence, we have the ability to type our own responses to NPCs now. But before, we had only a selection of dialogue options. We don't get to choose the options, but we do get to choose from them which best expresses ourselves. Likewise with thoughts, we don't get to choose which thoughts arise. They are like the dialogue options, but we do get to choose from them which thoughts to engage in, which thoughts best express ourselves. Consciously, Kaylee, you ask, do you believe we chose to incarnate? And if so, what was my reason? All of our reasons are the same, though the method of carrying out that primordial reason differs. We all are here for the same reason, and that is to serve others. Why? Is it because we're better than them and we have to teach them? Actually, it's the opposite. It is to give us purpose. Nothing to do with giving other people purpose. We are given this opportunity to help because that is the duty of our soul. It means something to help others. So in order to live this life meaningfully, we incarnate lifetime after lifetime so that we may be of service to others, because we need to be of service, not that other people need our service. Sky Guardian, you share that you've noticed that Roar the Ganges has all of the teachings Swamiji has taught at the ashram. That makes sense, but it's nice that you find so much of what you've learned through him directly in his writings as well. And Gaia, you ask in other words, you belong to what belongs to you. What I say? I like that. I see the truth in that. Lex, you ask, what does the Buddha say about attraction and aversion? That attachments and aversions ultimately cause desires, the desire to be free of pain and to be filled with pleasure. But the relentless stream of desires is what ultimately causes our suffering, since we feel unfulfilled, like there's something missing. And thank you, Kev, for your 7 fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. Anthony, you're wondering, why do people burn sage? Out of respect for the space, reverence of the positivity that is there dormant in its potential, to clear the space and open it up to a more sublime and subtle kind of sacredness. Hello, Alice. I'm doing well today. Thank you for asking. I trust that you are doing as well as you can be. Jade Monique? Where has the X gone in between your 2 names? You ask, what led me to believe in reincarnation? It is a natural conclusion of all theories of the afterlife. From reincarnation, the puzzle pieces just start fitting together. You could say that there's many different theories, plural, about the afterlife. Some people say that it ends in nothing, Some people say that it ends in either eternal joy or eternal misery. And some people say we keep ending back here. And when you put it like that, it sounds like, there are many different theories. Surely, not all of them can be right. Who can know for certain? It's a matter of belief. But what if I told you that from a certain perspective, none of these become theories? They all become the same. That all three possibilities I've described are just different ways of looking at the exact same process. For example, if we keep ending back here, then you could say that in some sense, there is an eternal afterlife, and it's the one we're already in. And the one that we're in can either be an eternal joy or an eternal suffering, depending on what we make of it. In other words, you can come back to this world and make it a heaven or a hell for yourself. In either case, it is an eternal process. But what about the idea that it could end in nothing? We have unified that choice of eternal suffering or eternal joy into the same as eternal incarnation. But what about the idea of nothingness? How can that be remedied to be the same theory as well? Well, consider it like this. If we return to nothing at the end of our life, then we return to that very same state which gave rise to this existence. That is already a cycle. You went from nothing to something, and then nothing again. There is no difference between nothing and nothing. That is what makes nothing nothing. That potential is still there, just as it was when you incarnated during birth, so it shall be there again after returning to that same nothingness. So, that nothingness is just the interim between each incarnation. Just as Stan Lee, the creator of many Marvel characters, put it, I believe that it ends in nothing, but I don't believe that nothing lasts forever. Thank you, 31 Planes, for your friendship necklace, Rosa, and a disco love. Hariom Tat Sat. And Alice, you ask, am I a Marvel fan? Well, I have very much enjoyed many Marvel movies, but I know that many of you are Marvel fans, so I like to use references which speak to your heart. And thank you, Liz, for your heart me again. Hello, Nanny Juice. Greetings, Kalki Ji. Hello, Stephen. And I like that, Daninsky. You shared that you've been saying recently, hell and heaven are what's in your mind as you grow old. I like that. I like that a lot. And Lex, you ask, do I practice the 8 limbs of yoga? Not entirely, I must admit. The Ashtanga Yoga system is not one that I'm as familiar with as Swamiji is. I see the Ashtanga Yoga system as a very non-dual approach to yoga, in which one refines their body and mind such that they can enter states of Samadhi and enter that formless Brahman. However, I try to follow the principles of the Bhagavad Gita, which, and I love how the filter looks like this book is floating through space. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna actually says that the Ashtanga Yoga system is very difficult in this age, and that it is better to follow Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion, in which you enter that same state, that same unity with the divine, but through a slightly different means. Self-knowledge is still acquired, but that knowledge happens not during meditation per se in the traditional sense, but in the service we render through others. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Greetings, pleasant moon. You ask, why does our mind change? Well, how could it be any other way? A changing mind reflects the changing world. And in the world, there are bountiful opportunities for service, and our mind reflects that. Just as we grow in some way, there becomes a new idea to look forward to, a new method of self-growth. Our mind changes because it evolves. And thank you, Babiso, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Chloe, you ask, is it weird that you can't meditate without listening to anything? I don't think that's weird at all. It definitely makes sense that certain experiences of the senses can help you when it comes to meditation. And hello, Gentry Honey. Jade Monique, you ask, what does it mean to have negative thoughts about someone? It means we are attached to their potential rather than how they could get to manifesting that potential. For example, we might have the thought, they're so stupid. What we really mean is, they have the potential to be smarter. Why aren't they already? We are attached to some version of themselves that they could be, rather than how they could get there. So the shift is, because they have so much to grow in their intelligence, how can I help if they are open to it? If they are not open to it, then it's none of your business. Stephen, you share. So glad to have confirmation our mind does evolve as you get to make better decisions. Changing mind means there is opportunity for higher and higher ideas. Sky Guardian, you share that my Bhagavad Gita is biased towards Bhakti, so it's written with that interpretation. Yes, I recognize that Bhagavad Gita is ripe for many interpretations. And it is possible to view the Bhagavad Gita from a non-dual lens, especially when it comes to understanding that Krishna represents your true self. And as such, whenever Krishna is talking about himself, he is really talking about the Atma. And that interpretation has likely been your experience, given your guidance under Swami Taratmanandaji. I prefer, and this is just my preference, a Bhakti interpretation, a Bhakti-focused interpretation. And Lex, you are wondering what my thoughts are on the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. Well, we were just hearing about them briefly in Roar the Ganges. Swamiji was discussing how the system of yoga developed many thousands of years ago and were put into word, refined, defined by Patanjali many centuries ago. I haven't actually read the Yoga Sutras, so I can't tell you much about them directly, but indirectly, they are the source of yoga. Swamiji said in Roar the Ganges that you could interpret yoga as a kind of unity, a unification, a bringing together, specifically the self and Brahman, Atman, Brahman. You could also interpret yoga to be in a kind of control. And so these sutras were the texts of how one can control their senses. Echo Leaf, you ask, how does one stop desire? From my perspective, one cannot stop desire per se, but one can stop themselves from getting so involved with your desires in the mind. That is to say, the mind will have desires in it. This is a guarantee. But with discrimination, you can choose not to engage in those desires, having that confidence of self-control that the mind wants something, but you are free from listening to it. You hear the mind, but you don't give in to it. Philosophically, you could say that desires arise out of a sense of incompleteness. You desire something to complete yourself because you feel like you're missing something, and then with that addition, you may be whole. But such is never the case. No matter how many desires we fulfill, there's always one more thing. You could save $100,000, great. but now I want to be a millionaire. Alright, you've got your first million. Maybe I could go for a second million, 10 million. Then I want to be like the multi-millionaires, then the billionaires. Then what? I'm still not satisfied. I want a vacation home here and there, and I want a yacht. And on this yacht, I want the most beautiful art. I'm still unsatisfied. I want power. I want control. I want influence over this world. Keeps going on. At what point does it become enough? Well, it's a trick question. It is never enough. So understanding yourself to already be that which you are looking for, now that is the cause for the cessation of desire. Why crave anything more than what you already are? Isn't being here enough to witness this miracle? Easier said than done. Thank you, one cheeky chick, for your heart me a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, neighbor lady, for your heart me. Jai Sita Ram. And that's a great affirmation, Sky Guardian. I am content with how everything is. It's okay, no matter what. I like that. And I agree, Jade Monique. We do live in a world where consumption is the norm, and it certainly becomes an addiction. Have I told you my electronic circuit analogy? Generally, circuits only flow in one direction. If you put the battery in backwards, you might just blow it up. So there are many safety components of circuitry that prevent electricity from flowing one direction. These are called diodes. Diodes are like valves. They let the water flow in one direction, but it's very difficult to let it flow in the other direction. Of course, no valve is perfect. With high enough water pressure, you can burst the valve and have it flow in the wrong direction. Diodes do the same, but for electricity. And you may be familiar with light-emitting diodes, LEDs, that serve both as a diode and a light-emitting component. The electricity in a diode has to flow one direction, so that light will only glow when the electricity flows in the right direction. But with a powerful enough voltage or current, you can get the light to flicker on if you force the electricity to jump the opposite direction. But it'll flicker and then it'll burn out. It may even explode. Our senses are like a circuit too, and they're meant to flow outward from the infinite soul within to the finite world without. Through service, through loving, through compassion, through giving, through nurturing. When our senses have that current flowing through them like that, we become satisfied. The light goes out, or on, rather. Yet, our senses are not perfect diodes either. With a powerful enough experience, we can direct the current inward, and then for a moment the light might flicker on and we feel satisfied. This is like taking a drag of a cigarette, through receiving money from others, through listening to a good bass drop, through smelling a good perfume. With a powerful enough experience, we can get the current to go the opposite direction on our senses. And then we feel pleasure for a moment. But we burn ourselves out in the process, and then we have to get repaired. So to be totally satisfied, permanently, without exhausting your senses, is to expand outward. Take the love in your heart and give it outward, rather than feeling like you have to accumulate anything, consume, receive, get. That is the circuit analogy for pleasure and happiness. Neighbor lady, thank you again for that heartbeat a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jade Monique, you shared you want to read all the books I've read and listen to all the podcasts I have. Well, I have good news. You practically already have. The number of podcasts I listen to is 0. The number of books I've read on this topic is maybe 2. The Bhagavad Gita and Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. Everything else comes from just being determined enough to figure things out. Faith enough in the experiences I've already had to learn from life directly, rather than indirectly. And you all have that experience within you already. There isn't anything that a wise person has that you don't already have. But we're in that mode of accumulating still. We feel like we still have to accumulate knowledge to be wise. But actually it's all there already. We just have to engage with what's already inside us. And thank you, Cat Ladybird, for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Autumn, you share. You apologize if I've answered this already, but do I have any book recommendations for beginners? Perhaps the most powerful book that you can own is one that you get to write yourself. Instead of filling your mind with the words of others, empty your mind by filling a book with your own words. It doesn't matter what you write about. As long as you take what's inside and let it out. And T. Sipley, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And I appreciate your company here, Jalen. And Jade Monique, you ask, do I journal? Sometimes. I have my journal next to me. Actually. Oh, my pencil fell out. I journaled a lot when I was anxious. Sometimes there's nothing else you can do but write down what thoughts are in your mind when you can't get them out any other way. Or talking to someone. That's a great alternative too. Talking to someone with the intention of getting out the deep stuff. Someone who consents, of course. Like a therapist, or a close friend, or family member. A book consents for you. A book is always ready to hear your thoughts. And TF, you ask, do I ever go back and read my journal? You know, almost never. Once I've gotten it out, I've gotten it out. I found the same to be true with studying in school. That the best way to receive and process information is to write it down. But once you've done that, that's most of the learning done already. If you are attentive enough and conscious enough, then just writing it down once is all you need to do. And that frees up more of your time to write even more stuff down. Riley, you share. That's so validating as a writer who doesn't read as much as you should. It's quite alright. I would recommend everyone write more than they read, to balance out this culture of reading more than we write. There is so much experience within you. You just have to get it to the surface. And Kiss Fist, you share that you just ordered the 2 books I said. That's awesome. I am sure that they will serve you well. It's quite alright, Echo Leaf. I appreciate your presence here. Alice, you ask, when do you believe you should leave the person if they promise to change but don't? When their actions have spoken louder than their words. If they say they are willing to change, then give them a chance. But if their actions contradict their words, then I think that says enough. Hello, Simone. And thank you, Alex, for your trio of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. And 31 Planes, you share that you should really finish the Gita, but you much prefer me whispering it to you. Well, I just recorded the 6th chapter today, so I'll have that uploaded by tonight. I've streamlined my process for recording substantially, so the Bhagavad Gita chapter should be coming out much faster. Radhe, Radhe, voidless. Andrew Balam, you ask if I have any wisdom this evening. Your crush got into a relationship and you don't know how to feel about it. Be patient, Padawan. Sometimes your crush needs to get into that relationship before they realize how much better you are in comparison. Now, that's not to say you should be crossing your fingers hoping that she gets hurt. I also don't mean to assume their gender. The pronoun she just came to mind. Nonetheless, we can also be happy for them if we really have a lovingness for them. Then that lovingness includes their ability to be loved, regardless of where that love comes from. That kind of unconditional love is so attractive that you just want to see them happy. And wherever they get their happiness from doesn't matter. Because for you, it's the happiness itself that matters. And thank you, Alex, for another rose. Radhe, Radhe. Anthony, you ask, do I believe dreams are messages you receive? Dreams are when we interface with our subconscious. And our subconscious certainly bleeds into many more aspects of our life than we realize. Dreams can absolutely come with a lot of information for us to process, especially when it comes to our fears, our desires also. Recognizing the themes that are present in our dreams can help us come to understanding what we need to work with at the conscious level, because our subconscious is seeded by all of the things that we implant during the day while we are awake. And Corina, you ask for any tips for surrendering to the divine. Or did you say divine or universe? You said universe. My brain filled that in as divine. Now, surrender is difficult when we're conflicted about it. We may see all of the problems within our mind, within our body, within our family, within the world, with the internet. How can we be surrendered to something that should change? Wouldn't we be validating all of the problems rather than taking our energy with passion towards a solution? And that is the conflict that prevents us from surrendering. However, we are not surrendering our ability to engage in action, to be deeply involved with life. That is not something we are surrendered to. I like the analogy that Eckhart Tolle said. Imagine you're riding on a bus, and you're an enlightened being, just sitting on a seat, and this old lady comes up to you, and she says, "May I please have your seat? I'm sorry, I have a bad back." Now, as an enlightened person, would you say, "I am surrendered to the experience. I hear what she says, but I am surrendered to the embarrassment that will come from ignoring her. I'll sit here, no need to do anything. I'll happily listen to her berate me. I'm surrendered to that." Not that kind of surrender. Surrender means the conflict, that you are no longer conflicted, and that includes your confliction about helping. So you stand up immediately. Yes, please take my seat. No matter what happens, I will be happy to help and do my best in whatever situation may arise. It is that kind of surrender. Surrender doesn't mean you let go of your ability to set boundaries either. If someone is crossing your boundaries, you stand up for what is right, but you surrender any expectations, you surrender any resentment, and you are only interested in moving forward, in coming to understanding. Surrender to the universe doesn't mean that you blindly accept that other people suffer either. You surrender your expectations for the world to be a certain way, and you do your best to help those who are suffering. That understanding of surrender makes it easier. And thank you, Alex, for another trio of roses. Jai Sita Ram. And Pleportami, you share that you've neglected to do good things out of fear of being awkward before. I'm so glad that you've pointed that out. It's so true. Sometimes we feel like we should do the right thing, but we don't want to be awkward about it. It's good to be awkward. It means you are moving out of your comfort zone, isn't it? And thank you, Lex, for your trio of roses too. Jai Sita Ram. And Dragonfly, thank you for your rose. And half a dozen finger hearts. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Kevin, for your heart meme. And Chloe, you were wondering, how can you meditate without music and not feel uncomfortable? I would encourage allowing yourself to feel that uncomfortability. You get to comfort by wading through the discomfort. Any kind of transition is going to be awkward, and you have to wait through that awkward period. Being uncomfortable doesn't mean that there's anything wrong going on. In fact, it can be a very good thing to feel uncomfortable when that implies that you're growing, expanding your sense of self without reliance on something that you used to. So let yourself. Iceman, you ask, Yam, do you know we are best friends in another universe? Another universe, my friend. I am sure that in our innumerable past lives, we were best friends many times. But maybe we can consider our past lives to be like parallel universes, still ongoing, but now only in our deep recesses of the conscious mind. And well said, Sakura. Like learning new things is going out of your comfort zone. So true. We pick up a new book, we're really excited to learn about it. But there's so many frustrating concepts and difficult terms, so we put the book down. But then we pick it up for the second time, and we're a little more familiar now. It becomes easier as we do it, and the discomfort is proof that you're coming in contact with a new experience. ready to open you up to something new. And I'm happy that you find enjoyment and help in this show, Finding Bliss. I do love your username. Heartmug, you asked, have I ever had a strong feeling to go to a certain location? Well, one night I was looking up at this mountain near my house, and it was something like 1 a.m, and I said to myself, I gotta just climb this mountain. And so I started walking towards it. I didn't realize how far away the mountain is. Often its distance is deceiving when its height is so enormous. But eventually I got to the base of it, and I just started walking up it. I didn't bring my phone, so I didn't have a flashlight. My pupils are large now, but you should see my pupils in the middle of the night. It's like, whew, no iris to be found. Aperture settings are all the way up. The moon wasn't out either, nor were the stars, so it was pitch black. And there were all these animals in the forest as I was climbing this mountain, but I didn't care. I just wanted to go to the top of it. And I got there, and I had a good meditation at the top of it. It was probably like 3 a.m. by the time I got there. I just felt like I had to climb that mountain. More Lapro, you share that I'm brave. I'm really not. Because there aren't any scary animals where I live. There's only deer and raccoons, squirrels, bunnies, birds, lizards, stuff like that. And hello, and thank you, Priscilla. Thank you for your rose and heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. The earth was calling me. Indeed, it's Brittany. I'm sure all of you have felt something similar, which you are welcome to share. And thank you, Alice, for your quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ricky Dunning, you ask, any idea what my tarot card is? Well, if I were a tarot card, I would probably have been the Fool. The Fool's job is to provoke others, thereby creating a momentary space of rapid transformation. And I asked the tarot deck one time, who am I really? And the magician turned up. And some of you may know that the role of a fool is one that gradually transitions to that of the magician. And I hope one day to take on the virtues of a magician. Now, I'm not going to be pulling rabbits out of my hat. But unlike the magician, the fool creates transformative spaces through provocation, whereas the magician creates those spaces through wonder, love, and honest engagement. I would love to take up those qualities, more so than that of the fool. Thank you, Shelly Belly, for your 4 cloud breads. Nom nom nom. Radhe Radhe. Lex, you ask, have I read the teachings of Don Juan? No, but that name is a great name. Don Juan. that flows very easily over the lips. User 694, you ask, how did I decide to start having an online presence and streaming, etc.? Ever since I discovered YouTube as a young boy, I made YouTube videos. As a 10-year-old, there's videos of me putting together Lego. They're still up there. I'm not going to tell you what the name of the YouTube channel is, though. And then I started making gaming content. I would record videos of myself playing Call of Duty and Minecraft. And then I took a big break from making videos after one of my gaming channels as a kid got deleted just suddenly. Out of nowhere, the whole channel got deleted. I was so sad. Now I started making videos on TikTok because I just thought of a couple jokes that would be funny. And then when they started getting attention, I thought, hey, I can do a lot more than jokes. Since my time of playing video games, I got really interested in religion and philosophy, mathematics, physics, and spirituality. I could make videos on those topics, and those seemed to reach a wider audience. And hello, Ethan Spicy Consciousness. Happy to have you here. Chai, unfortunately, you ask, which Hindu god is my favorite? Well, they're all the same god, just expressed in different ways. You could say that in Hinduism, there's really only two entities, and they're inseparable. The Shakti and the Shaktiman. The potency and the potential. Creation and the creator. The energy and the energetic. It is the role of the Shakti to express the Shaktiman. All forms of God are the Shaktis, the personifications, impressions, archetypal representations. And they come in many forms because that energy comes in many forms. It is infinite. But what they all try to convey is the same underlying principle, that one united source which pervades this entire experience, including everything and everyone. And that source is God. But of the many representations, I am drawn to so many. I had a particularly hard time choosing which one I wanted to be my Ishtadeva, my personal form. Eventually, I decided on not one, but two. I couldn't pick just one, so I picked the pair of Sri Krishna and Sri Radha at the same time. So together, the Divine Feminine and the Divine Masculine, the Shakti and the Shaktiman, I look up to them with reverence, and I just love how it looks like they're traveling through space, doesn't it? So cool. Sorry, I had to fix some statues that I accidentally knocked over when putting the picture back. I knocked over Krishna with the picture of Krishna. I like that Mr. Astrolabe. Is Shaktiman a Pokemon? It sounds like it, doesn't it? Friendly I Can Begs, you're asking where am I located? I am located on the west coast of Canada. Lex, you ask, can I share a favorite mantra for inner peace? My favorite mantra is the Maha Mantra. It's the one that I use all throughout my day. From the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep. And with my breath in between the words that I speak here. It is the mantra that I use to get myself out of some very hard times. As I mentioned earlier, I used to journal, especially when anxious. And someone asked if I read what I write. Rarely. But I did read that journal that I wrote, that I filled in while anxious, and I noticed that every time I did something challenging, I did so with the help of the Maha Mantra. Without fault. Seems like the Maha Mantra really was the guiding light throughout it all. But I'll read to you, or rather chant to you, that mantra. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And I would chant that every day. And I still do. And since I've started doing that, my anxiety dissolved. I put on weight for the first time in my life, being underweight. Gained an appetite, that is. My relationships with my family improved 100-fold. And I was able to let go of many addictions, including vaping nicotine, which was a really big thing. I'd be vaping all throughout the day. Every few seconds, you know? Just anything, you are wondering. How old am I? In this body, 22. 22 trips around our sun. And you spelt it right, Lex. Maha Mantra, M-A-H-A, mantra. Jake, you ask, are dream journals helpful? Absolutely. They can help us remember our dreams and become more lucid in them. And with the themes underlying our dreams present in our conscious mind, we can work on them during the day. Jade Monique, You shared, "It is great that I realized what was good so young." Well, I am certainly still in the process of realizing what is good for me. There are many parts of being young and naive that have yet to change. But I think, my goodness, I think I just became Australian. I think. I think that being young is such an opportunity. And I really want to make the most out of it. And I don't just mean party hard and travel the world. I mean, now is the time to make decisions that will really affect my future for the betterment. My brain is still developing. I better get in the good habits now before it's too late to teach an old dog new tricks. You know what I mean? And thank you, Neo, for your rosa. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Catherine, the wise old owl, for your finger heart. Jai Sita Ram. And Jade Monique, you ask, do I plan on having children one day? At the moment, of course, I don't have plans. However, I did have a dream a few years ago that I woke up in my childhood home, and in there were all these children, young Buddhist monks, meditating around my house. Or maybe they weren't Buddhist, I don't know. They were just wearing orange robes, traditional for Buddhist monks, but also Hindu monks, various monks like the saffron or ochre robes. Regardless, there was also this older gentleman there. And I said to him, he wasn't meditating, "What are all these kids doing in my house?" He said, "They are here to thank you. They brought you something." And he handed me a gift bag. And on one of the handles of the gift bag, there were those tiny little cards that say, just to and from. Like gift cards, but with a hole punch that can fit around the handle. You know the ones. And there were hundreds of them all stacked together on this handle, and I was flipping through them, and they all said, "To Dad." From, I don't remember their names, Buddhist monk number 1, Buddhist monk number 2, number 3, number 4, blah, 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 number 199, 200. They all said, "To Dad." This gift can't be for me. I'm no father. The man assured me, no. This gift is for you. So I woke up with a funny feeling, like I had already 4 children, and not just one, but hundreds of them. And even if not in this life, then in many lifetimes prior. Perhaps, if I am courageous enough, maybe it's time for something different this life. Just maybe. Thank you, Catherine. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Arion Tatsa. Thank you, Jade Monique. I remind you of someone, Goddess. I'm unfamiliar with who that is, but it's cool to know I have doppelgangers. Mr. Astrolabe, you ask, is belief a dirty word? There are many words that I'd consider dirtier than belief. But all words have our own personal baggage that we associate with them, which is natural, because that's how we learn new words, is through associating to them with our own experience. And we all have our own unique experience, and therefore we all have unique experiences with the words that we use. Belief is certainly one of those that differs greatly depending on the context. Some people use the term belief as something closer to wanting to be true. Some people use it closer to knowing it to be true. Some people use it closer to simply having faith in something being true. But the common theme behind all these different interpretations is an inclination towards something being true, at the very least. Sky Guardian, you ask, what are the words I consider dirtier? Can I say them? Muck and mud. Swamp water. Dreadfully dirty words, those are. Space Elite, you ask an interesting question. How do I feel about a peace pipe? I don't know what a peace pipe is, but I can tell you that the pipeline to peace is through gratitude. If you want to become peaceful, then slide down the pipeline of gratitude. Mr. Astrolabe, you share that sometimes you don't want to hurt the feelings of people who believe certain things by challenging them. And that's very understanding. And we can respect that by challenging them in more compassionate ways. Now, naturally, people who have very limiting beliefs, they are limited in the ways that they express themselves. And if just being in your presence makes them question their own limiting beliefs and how you are able to express yourself so openly, then you are able to challenge them effortlessly by being a role model to such traits that they have yet to open up to. I think that is a way to both challenge people's belief as well as respect them by not directly questioning their beliefs. Let that questioning happen naturally within them. And that's a great way of putting it. Solo the singularity. Be an example is how you do it. Well said. And hello, Leray. Thank you for your heart, me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Henry, you shared that you remember me doing work in the field of mathematics. Do I still do that? And what happened to that? Well, I was never in the position of a researcher. I did work, but you could more accurately describe it as independent recreational research. I just loved playing around with math. I wasn't hell-bent on discovering anything new, at least not anything groundbreaking, at least. I will always have a love for math, that is for sure. But I have stepped away from it when mathematics is what led me to many spiritual things, which is funny because you might see mathematics and spirituality as being diametrically opposite things. I mean, one's so logical and the other is so illogical, isn't it? But it is precisely the gaps in logic which led me to something a little subtler than that which can be measured, quantified, or observed. Sky Guardian, you share that. Back to my dream earlier, you share that it is symbolic of me wanting to be a guru in the future. I totally understand the truth in that interpretation. Absolutely. Now, I certainly have a long way to go, if that is a possibility at all. I am still very much learning, and I hope to be learning forever and always. Rubber Chicken, you ask, have I listened to Sadhguru? I have. In fact, my mother loves Sadhguru. I kind of led her on to him a few years ago, and she has a very deep connection with him, it seems. She loves his humor, his laughter. Seems like he was always giggling. A belly popping, shoulder dropping, head tilting kind of giggle. So much peace radiates from that man. Amanda McCormack, you ask, seriously, who put names to objects and items? More like dirt. Who came up with the name for dirt? I think one of the most remarkable things about the study of linguistics is that it's very rare that someone just comes up with a name for something. Now, that's being changed with internet culture and memes creating whole new genres of vocabulary and shifts in meaning the words we choose. But generally speaking, words don't spawn into existence, they evolve, just like everything else. And so you could trace the etymology of a word back many thousands of years into the past, on average. Now, I don't know the etymology for words like dirt, but that would be an interesting rabbit hole. Thank you, Tatwamasi, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Smiley face, frowny face. Brayland, you share that you're considering walking across Canada from east to west for the fun of it. Any thoughts? Sounds like you are continuing in Terry Fox's footsteps, for that's exactly what he wanted to do. All Canadians know the story of Terry Fox and the burden of having to run laps around your school on Terry Fox Day. For those who don't know, Terry Fox was someone who had cancer, and his leg was amputated due to that cancer. And he had the dream of dipping his prosthetic leg in the Atlantic Ocean and running across Canada from east to west to dip it into the Pacific Ocean. And he made a considerable dent in his journey, but not before the cancer got the best of him, and he ended up passing away. But still, to this day, many children around Canada on Terry Fox Day run around the school or their gym or their field or forest out of respect for that great Canadian. But that would be a lovely endeavor for you to take up, and one that would absolutely be honored as it honors our heritage. Alice, you ask, how old do I feel? You're 21 and it feels like you have lived so long and so little at the same time. I know how you feel. I feel the same way. I feel like I just got here. And I feel like I've always been here. Sky Guardian, you recommend that we read another section from the Vachana Murut. Let us do so. Here is my copy, and I wonder if the background of this also looks like it is in space. A little bit. Just a little bit. That's cool. I like that. I wonder if the pictures that are at the front of this book also behave nicely with the effect. I think this will work well with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. Oh yes. How wonderful is that? He is flying through the void as Akshar Brahman. Very fun. Or how about Swami Narayan himself? Yes. How lovely is that? So nice. This is a collection of about 300 discourses from the being depicted here, Swami Narayan. This book is one of the most important, if not the most important, spiritual text for the BAPS, which is a Swami Narayan lineage. Swami Narayan is the name given to that being I showed, who lived in the turn of the 19th century. Many of his discourses written down here. Let's see, today we are reading Gadhada 120. An ignorant person seeing one's own self. On Posh, Sudhi II, Samvat 1876, the 19th of December, 1819, Sriji Maharaj, Swami Narayan, was seated on a cushion with a cylindrical pillow on the veranda outside the east-facing rooms of Dada Kachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He had tied a white pug around his head, and a tassel of yellow flowers had been placed in that pug. A garland of yellow flowers had been placed around his neck, and bunches of white and yellow flowers had been placed upon his ears. He had also covered himself with a thick, white cotton cloth, and was wearing a black bordered case. At that time, scriptural reading had commenced, and Paramahansas, very highly esteemed renunciants, as well as devotees from various places had gathered before Sriji Maharaj. And let me just maximize the book cover as well. Then Swami Sri Sahajananda Ji Maharaj said, "Please listen. I wish to ask all of you a question." Hearing this, all of the devotees said with folded hands, "Please do ask." Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj asked, "Who is the most ignorant of all ignorant people?" Everyone pondered over the question, but no one was able to reply. So, Sriji Maharaj said, "Here, I shall answer myself." Hearing this, everyone was pleased and said, "Maharaj, only you will be able to give a precise answer, so please explain." Sriji Maharaj then began. The jiva, the individual soul, which resides within the body, observes both the attractive and the unattractive. It witnesses childhood, youth, and old age, as well as a countless number of other things. However, the observer fails to observe its own self. The jiva looks at all objects externally, but does not look at its own self. Therefore, it is the most ignorant of the ignorant. That which sees all, but cannot see itself. That which hears all, but cannot hear itself. That which knows all, but cannot know itself. Furthermore, just as the jiva indulges in a countless variety of sights with the eyes, it similarly indulges in and knows the pleasures of the other vishayas, experiences of the senses with the ears, the skin, the tongue, and nose. But it does not indulge in the bliss of its own self, nor does it know its own nature. For this reason, it is the most ignorant of the ignorant, the most senseless of the senseless, and the most foolish of fools, and the vilest of the vile. At that point, Shukamuni raised a doubt. He asked, "Is it truly in one's own hands to see one's own self? If it is, why does the jiva, the soul, remain ignorant?" Sriji Maharaj replied, "For a person who has attained satsang, association with truth, realization of their jivatma, their individual self, does indeed lie within their own hands. In fact, when have they attempted to see their own self and failed to see it? Having become dependent to and made helpless by Maya, the material energy, or the illusory reality, that jiva draws within and enters the dream and deep sleep states, but never does it draw within of its own accord to see its own self. On the other hand, one who contemplates on the glory of the Source, God, and draws within oneself, sees one's own self as extremely pure and luminous. In the midst of that luminance, one beholds the form of the manifest Purushottam Bhagavan and experiences bliss in the manner of Narada, a great sage, and the Sanakadik. Therefore, all deficiencies which do remain in a devotee are due to their own lethargy, their ability to apply their own effort on the path of self-realization. And with that we conclude Gadhada 120. A lovely excerpt. I think you will all agree. Who is the most ignorant of all those who are ignorant? It is our own individual self that fails to recognize itself. Thank you for listening, everyone, and we may return to our regular format. And thank you, John Simon, for your heart me a moment ago also. Radhe, Radhe. Linda, you echo, I only know that I don't know anything. And what a powerful thing is to know. That is. And thank you, Catherine, the wise old owl, for your paper crane. Auriom Tatsa. Good morning, Gerlin. Gerlin. Thank you, Ambrosia. I echo your sentiment of hoping everyone's night is peaceful. And thank you, Linda, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Sus? You were wondering, where am I from? Mr. Mate got it correct. I am from Canada. But you know, if we zoom out really far, we're all from the same rock, the same solar system, the same galaxy, even the same universe. That is wonderful. And yes, Jamie Willow, I love Ram Dass. I had a strange, I want to say, a spiritual encounter with Ram Dass, where I hadn't heard of him for the longest time. And then I stumbled upon a lecture that he gave, describing his story of being Dr. Richard Alpert, Harvard psychologist, to eventually becoming Ram Dass. And it's a very long story when he explains it in detail. And by the time I ended that lecture, hours had gone by. And so I Googled his name because I was curious to know more about him. And just as I Googled his name, I discovered that he died whilst I listened to that lecture. Or at least it was released to the news outlets that he had passed away the same time that I first heard of him. So just as he died, he became very much alive in my heart. And that made me feel special. It was like his final miracle upon leaving his body was to have this big whoosh of realization happen around the world, guiding people to him, his message, and his guru, Nim Karoli Baba. William K., you're wondering, what kind of painting is that behind me? It's a tapestry. It's one of those Harry Potter paintings that move. And there seems to be a rainbow behind it as well. Sky Guardian, you shared that you vouch for Pocket Pema Chodron verse 108 for today. We can do that. Absolutely. I believe Tattva Masi has been asking for that as well. And thank you, Usha, for your finger heart a moment ago. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Only because the playlist order is driving you crazy, says Sky Guardian. Well, I hope to affirm to you that I have started making dog ears for each one that we have read, so some order is being maintained, since I know you like that. Hello, Larak. And thank you, Tattva Masi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. And elusive Elysium, you ask, do I have a favorite philosopher? Yes. It is the one manifest as all of you before me. No one philosophizes better than you all in this comment section. I have the best philosophers in the universe, right here, right now. Sultana of the Sahara. You wish I would release a chant compilation on Spotify, because my voice is perfect. Oh, thank you. I believe that the key to a good chant is not in making your voice sound beautiful, but making the sentiment that you carry in your heart as you chant it beautiful. One of my favorite chanters is Paramahansa Yogananda, and his voice was so powerful. You know, he rarely was on key, but it didn't matter, because he wasn't singing to anyone else. He was singing to God directly. God doesn't care what key you sing in. God cares what key is in your heart. Small Bean Sasha, you are wondering, have I majored in any subject? No. In fact, even when I was at university, I never declared my major, but I had intended to major in mathematics. However, it was during that time that I realized I had a major problem in my life. And that was, I wasn't going to class, I wasn't eating very well, I was addicted to vaping, and I slept during the day. I took a break from studying mathematics and physics in university so I could study some more practical skills in my own life. And you like Ram Das Pamela? He's a wonderful teacher. Here, just for you, I can relate to you one of his stories. Now, when Ram Dass returned to India, he found that there were many devotees surrounding his guru because of him. Because in America, he would be constantly talking about his guru. And so people, like the famous Kirtana singer Krishna Das, he heard Ram Dass speak and thought, my goodness, so much power here. If there is that much in him, then how much is in his guru, where he gets it from? So many people listened to Ram Dass and then went straight to the source, to his guru, Neem Karoli Baba in India. And so when Ram Dass returned to India, he was getting a bit jealous, because now all these people were taking up his guru's time and his guru had no more time for him. He felt like the loner. Everyone else would be involved and he wouldn't be anymore. Now, whenever his guru would talk to him, it would just be one sentence. And that's what he would work on for that week. The first week, Neem Karoli Baba said, Ram Dass can't touch money. And so, he took it very literally. He let one of the other Guru Bhai, brothers of the Guru, hold his money for him. He was his personal wallet. Later on he understood it to be more metaphorical. Do not touch money with your mind. Do not hold on to it with thought. The next week, his guru would say, love everybody. Love everybody. Then the next week, tell the truth. Tell the truth. He would work on that. And for a while, it would switch back between those two. Love everybody. Tell the truth. All while he was growing a particularly nasty aversion towards everyone else, because he was jealous of the little time that he had, that everyone else seemed to have more of. So on the school bus to his guru one day, I call it a school bus, that's how I imagine, just a bunch of grown adults who are basically children in front of this guru. Now, he really didn't like those people today. Those other people that were going to see his guru. He had recently gotten in an argument with them, and so he couldn't go on the bus, because the person that he was mad at was the one who was carrying his money. And he was too stubborn to come to resolution, so he just decided not to go on the bus at all. He walked there instead. And as he was walking there, he was just imagining how they were all probably having fun without him. That by the time he'd get there, his guru's time would be up and he wouldn't have any time. And he was just fuming, furious by the time he got there. Finally, when he did look over the hill and see the little residence where his guru, Neem Karoli Baba, was, he saw that everyone was dancing, having fun, eating, laughing, and they never do this, especially not for this long. They had stayed together much longer. Now he knew something was definitely up. They were really celebrating without him. And so he stormed down the hill. Ram Dass, when he came in there, one of the Guru Bhai, they offered a leaf with food in it. No, Ram Dass, happy to have you here. Welcome, brother. Eat, eat. And he took the leaf and he threw it at his face. And then, the jazz music stopped. Everyone was silent. Here, in this spiritual place, Ram Dass had taken the food and thrown it right in the face of someone else. No one knew what to say. Everyone was silent. And then you could hear the voice of his guru speak up. Ram Dass! Ram Dass! Come here! Come here, Ram Dass! So he sheepishly walked towards his guru. And he sat down, and his guru started stroking his beard. What's wrong? Here, drink up. He got some milk, and he started pouring the milk in Ram Dass's mouth. He's drinking like a cat. He was just so defeated. Tell me, Ram Dass, why did you throw the food in his face? He said, I'm so conflicted, Maharaj. 1 week you told me, love everybody. The other week you told me, tell the truth. Love everybody, tell the truth. Well, my truth is I don't love everybody. So how can I do both? His guru said, do you love me? And he just started crying. Mm-hmm. And that's when he just opened up. And from one layer of this experience, he saw everyone as his enemy. But behind that play were all these bright points of light, these twinkling, shining souls which he was so grateful to be a part of. And with that experience, he realized that he did love everybody, but that love was much deeper than he even realized. It was as if there were different radio stations of consciousness, and he was turned to a very conflicting narrative. But as you keep dialing up that consciousness, the love just increases and increases, and it's there all along. He had said, so which is it, Maharaj? Should I love everybody or tell the truth? And there was his answer. Neem Karoli Baba reiterated, love everyone and tell the truth. There's your Ram Dass story of the day. Hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Radhe, Radhe, Beast Mode Bandito. Small Bean Sasha. You share that you have no idea who Ram Dass is, but watching me is relaxing. Well, that's all that matters. Ram Dass was a Harvard psychologist who was known as Dr. Richard Alpert. And eventually, he came to have a spiritual awakening that brought him to India. And he let go of all of his psychological knowledge, because he said, no matter how much I know about the mind, seems like the less I know about who I am. And thank you, Roxy, for your heartbeat. And for your cheer you up and team bracelet and a pair of disco labs. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Alan, for your tiny. Yippee! And I really like that which you shared, Chelsea Bates. You can feel anger or hurt by people you love. Oh yes. And sometimes anger, hurt, love, joy, all at the same time. We speak of emotions as being one thing, but I am sure all of you have experienced what it's like to be sad and angry at the same time, or even afraid but so full of love. Emotions are almost rarely just one thing. They're like swamp water. You know, when you go to McDonald's and you're thinking, why not a little bit of everything? You get the Coke, even a little bit of Diet Coke. You get the orange Fanta, the strawberry Fanta. You get the iced tea. You get the lemonade. You make yourself some swamp water. Emotions can be like that. Hard to discern, separate. Especially with the people we love. Love isn't conducive to any particular feeling, but to the depth of feeling itself, in whatever arises. When you're sad about the person you love, you are so sad. When you are angry with the person you love, you are so angry. When you are happy with the person you love, you are so happy. The happiness just amplifies. Everything does in their presence, in your love. Love is an amplifier to experience. And good night, Pamela. Hope you enjoyed the story. Om Shanti. And thank you, Destro, for your rose and ice cream cone. Radhe Radhe. And Priscilla, thank you for your rose. Or should I say, obrigado. And thank you, Roxy, for your bouncing beach volleyball. Jai Sita Ram. Alan Rabon, you share that today was a hard day. You gave your testimony on the Boy Scouts lawsuit. You hated recounting those events. But so important it is to give a voice. And I think our voice is best used when it is to stand up for others, even if it is uncomfortable to do so. And now that you have done what you can, given the circumstance, it is good to focus on yourself and what your needs are to recharge and relax. Roxy, you're wondering, have I ever tried the Luna app? I haven't heard of it, but do tell me about it. And thank you, Pantagor, for your heart mate. Radhe, Radhe. Small Bean Sasha, you share that we could theoretically create love as a chemical component in a lab. And when it comes to happiness, neurologists have discovered flows of neurotransmitters during experiences of love, such as dopamine, serotonin, endorphins, and oxytocin. Perhaps, however, love is not the result of those chemicals, but the cause. That it is not the brain that creates conscious experience, but it is the consciousness that creates such synaptic firings in our brain. Like the wind, we cannot see it. We can only infer its existence by the rippling effect it has in the field. So too, we can observe the rippling effect in the field. And we could come to the conclusion that it's some kind of chemical reaction going on. But maybe all of those movements in the field are inspired by something subtler that we call the wind. Similarly, the movement of the mind may be like the rippling effect in the field, but it is moved by something transcendent to the field. Thank you, this is my show. For your 3 ginger men. Ginger men. Always am I delighted with the fact that if you pay close enough attention to that gift, it doesn't say gingerbread man. It says ginger man. I could be getting Ed Sheeran for all I know. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. For all of humanity, you share that in the great words of Anne Hathaway from Interstellar, love is the only thing other than gravity. It is a kind of anti-gravity, isn't it? Whereas gravity is all about pulling things in. Love is all about spreading things out, about giving. And thank you, Alan, for your confetti. Jai Sita Ram. Sky Guardian, you share that I may need to tweak my software for Pema Chodron since it's only 1 minute reading. That is true. And because it is my program, it is something that I certainly can do. What would you recommend I change? Do let me know. And I would happily move towards manifesting that potential you see in it. And good night for all of humanity. Much love to you. And I like that echo leaf. Love is pain. A beautiful kind of suffering. Suffering can be ugly at times, but it can also be very beautiful. In the struggle for growth, for instance, do you share that? The timestamp generation, instead of 1 minute interval, maybe 20 seconds for Pema only. Good idea, yes. Right now I have a fixed interval for all of the videos, but I can make it more variable, like depend on the length of the audio. That's a good idea. We'll do that. And that's an easy fix programmatically as well. Hello, Atlantic Savage. What is good? To ask questions is good. So what is good? So is who, and where, and why, and when. To inquire is to begin your journey towards understanding. And understanding is very good. And Amanda McCormack, you share that love, you think, ultimately leads to pain, whether it's in death or in a lover. We are all bound to leave, bound, or even a pet. And as a wise person once said, it is better to have loved and lost than not loved at all. Much wub to you, Captain Steve Rogers. Scotty Plaza, you share that you're still trying to love without attachment. As we all are. An infinite journey. Now I make all of you yawn. Small Bean Sasha, you ask, do I like physics? Do I like physics? Huh! I love physics. Solomon shares, you say, get attached, baby. Oh yeah, feel that shiz. Let it sink in. Don't avoid anything. I like your attitude. There is certainly some room for exploration in life. That's for sure. Astro or molecular? Asks Small Bean Sasha. You know, I had a big debate with myself when I was younger, because I knew I wanted to be a physicist, but I didn't know if I wanted to be a physicist on the very small, quantum, or on the very big, astro. So I would walk around my room, stroking my non-existent beard, thinking of all the pros and cons of working in particle physics versus astrophysics. I decided on quantum physics. However, I have so much love for astrophysics as well. The reason I decided on quantum physics in my bedroom was because I believe that it is from the very small that all these large structures arise. So studying the simple, the microscopic, the quantum, that will tell us everything we need to know about the big stuff too. It seems like the fundamentals of existence, they're very local, they're very tiny, and yet through their majestic interaction they give rise to so much complexity. Thank you, Babi Sue, for your bare finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Space Elite, you ask, what is my favorite human song? I don't know many songs. Whenever I listen to music, I seem to pay attention to many things besides the music. Everyone around me seems to be a catalog for so many songs. They can sing along to almost every song that comes on the radio. How do you all do that? Where do you remember all these words, these lyrics, and these tunes? Some people know hundreds, thousands of songs. It's amazing. I think the only song I could sing from start to end is the Happy Birthday song. Or a lullaby like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Well said, Atlantic Savage. Just like I remember physics, we naturally contain memories of great ease when it comes to that which we love and where we find so much meaning. We treasure those experiences, and thus they become the easiest ones to recall. And thank you, Gina. Happy birthday to you too. And Small Bean Sasha, you share that you like Astro, and your choice came from your love for stars. But my reasoning is really good. Thank you. Yes, happy birthday, Sky Guardian. Thank you. Sultana of the Sahara, you ask, do I like rock? You imagine me rocking out. Well, I've got the hair for it, definitely. I look like a rock star. Now, my father was in a rock band. Kind of. Depending on what genre you call the Beatles. The Beatles was my father's favorite band, and so he became, I guess, a tributary for them, since he used to be involved with a Beatles tribute band that would tour the country, and he would pretend to be Paul McCartney, and he's really good at singing just as Paul McCartney does. And thank you, Digna, for your pair of cakes and the balloons. Radhe, oh Radhe. Happy birthday is today, Priscilla. It is every day. I'll tell you, those who haven't heard me tell this. When I was younger, I thought happy birthday meant I love you. So I would say happy birthday to everyone. And my parents would say, just go along with it. He thinks it means I love you. So they would look at me and say, thank you, happy birthday. And I'd go, yippee! Thank you. Happy birthday, everyone. Now, why don't we, since I mentioned, read from another section of the Bucket Pema Chodram. Sky Guardian, you recommended that we read the 108th verse. We can do so. It is the last verse in this whole book, so it must be a very good one. This verse is called, "We can help this troubled world." and just for fun. I know that her background sometimes gets picked up on the filter too. Looks like she's flying through space. That's fun. We all have the inborn wisdom to create a wholesome, uplifted existence for ourselves and others. We can think beyond our own little cocoon and try to help this troubled world. Not only will our friends and family benefit, but even our quote-unquote enemies will reap the blessings of peace. If these teachings make sense to us, can we commit to them? In these times, do we really have a choice? Do we have the option of living in unconscious self-absorption? When the stakes are so high, do we have the luxury of dragging our feet? That's number 108. We can help this troubled world. And my oh my, what a powerful first sentence. I'll read again. We all have the inborn wisdom to create a wholesome, uplifted existence for ourselves and others. I think of children who are just born so blissfully engaged with each other's upliftment. We don't have to learn what it takes for a better future. That potential we are born with, and we naturally see it everywhere around us. We just have to quit dragging our feet and start to bring it out. Hey? Thank you, Bobby Subeka, for your pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Azulea, you ask, can I read it in Spanish? Nosotros. There. Just so happens the first word is the only word I know in Spanish of this sentence. We. The rest of the words, I don't know. Thank you for listening, everyone. Sky Guardian, you say that male yams should be called Yamuel, and female yams, Yamanda. What about neutral yams? Thank you, one of a kind, for your pair of roses and a pair of presents. Radhe, Radhe. Just yam. I like that, Tatvamasi. So simple. And good night, Sultan of the Sahara. Mick Rick, you ask, am I a guru? No. But I am committed to learning with you and helping out in the way that I can. And if there is any way I can do so, more humbly, more authentically, and more sincerely for you, do let me know. It's Space Elite, you ask, does Yam like yams? That would be cannibalism. But don't tell the other yams. Well, I guess they're right here. Actually, I love yams. It is one of my favorite simple meals. Throwing a yam in the air fryer and then eating it when it comes out. More so sweet potatoes than yams, but yam fries, nom nom nom. Boy, do I love yam fries. My goodness. Alan, you ask, when do I go to India? Right now, my tentative date is the 20th of August. Lala, you ask, how is yam life? Yam life is yammier than ever. I am what I am, and I strive to be a happier yam every day. Get your yam on. I like that, Rob Banks. Roxy, you ask, do I eat regular or do I skip meals a day for prayer, meditation? My family has never really been one where we have breakfast, we have lunch, we have dinner. We will eat meals together, but we've always been a snacking family, and that has rubbed off on me. I generally snack throughout the day. I don't really have a breakfast, a lunch, a dinner. Those aren't really concepts. If I'm hungry, I'll go eat something. That's how my mind works. But I observe a distinction between an empty stomach and feeling hungry. I'll happily sit on an empty stomach. Like, for example, I haven't eaten anything today. It's 8 p.m. yet, and no food has entered my stomach today. And I could go for several hours until getting hungry. So I generally do intermittently fast, but without thinking. It's not like a conscious process. I'll just go throughout my day and suddenly it's 9 p.m. I should eat something. Sky Guardian, you say, I never say what my favorite food is. What is it? I like burgers. Veggie burgers, of course. I love me a good burger. What do I eat when I break my fast? A good reminder of the etymology of breakfast is when we break our fast of the night. Whatever I'm hungry for. It certainly changes every day. A classic realization, Amanda. Oh, poop! I forgot to eat. It's a good point, Abdul. You'll be more active when you're hungry, but when you feel satiety, you just want to go to sleep, right? Now imagine eating a big burger and then coming on to do a live stream. I'd be falling asleep. Probably a banana smoothie, says Amanda. I was thinking about making a banana smoothie today. Maybe I should after I'm done. But knowing me, when I get done, my family will be asleep, and so I don't want to wake them up by turning the blender on, unfortunately. But if my family so happens to be listening, I'm not going to ask, nor would I imply this ever. But a banana smoothie would be something I'd be very happy to see at some point in time. I could use a fork, that's true. Thank you, Alan. I am very excited too. And you inspired me that the journey is possible. Tatvamasi, you share it. If you remember that you're fasting, that day you just become so hungry. Otherwise, you don't remember. It's like thinking about a breakup. On the day that you don't think about them, so good. Then when you remember, oh yeah, that's right, I was broken up with. It's just the memory itself that we cling to. And then that day is just in the gutter. So true. And I do like Lamin's Space Elite. You always have the best questions. Thank you, Macy, for your 6 roses. Radhe Radhe. And good night, Roxy. Thank you for being here. May you have safe travels in your dreams tonight. And I will need to keep myself at least hydrated, that is true. I do bring with me a water bottle when I do these live streams. Some of you have to remind me to drink, so I won't remember otherwise. Thank you, Jesus the Messiah, for your best wishes. It's Jesus Christ. Hello, Maddie Paddy. Welcome. I like that sentiment that you shared a few minutes ago, Echo Leaf. It's a good question. Is there suffering on your plate? Was there suffering involved in bringing this food to you now? It's a very sobering question to ask, always. Though a part of me laughs a little at your typo. Or autocorrect. Is there surfing on your plate? Just a little dude riding a wave. Just a tiny Hawaiian surfing the mashed potato. Radical. Mr. Mate. you would like us to discuss more about celibacy? Won't you explode? Good question. It is said now this is according to the Vedas, which aren't exactly always scientifically accurate, but the point remains, just go with it, that the food you eat, it becomes fat. And then that fat gets converted into muscle tissue. Then that muscle tissue, it becomes bone. That bone becomes bone marrow. Then that bone marrow becomes blood. And that is actually true. And then that blood gets converted into the sexual energy. That is where we usually stop the chain of transformation of energy, and then we release that sexual energy. And it's a lot of energy. So much work goes into converting all of that food into gametes for the creation of life. But it's said that that process doesn't stop there. If you wait and are patient enough, that sexual energy isn't just going to get building up and building up. It converts into one more thing. And that thing is called ojas, which is this extremely excited form of energy. Ecstasy itself. It is the vitality of life. The same kind of vitality we had as children, for example. We weren't exploding. We had no reason to release any sexual energy. It was all getting converted into ojas directly, into that vitality. There was so much energy. Everything you did just had a vibrancy to it. Therefore, if you are patient, that sexual energy can catalyze a transformation into an even higher form of energy. Ojas. You like when I say that? Enchanted Empress. It is a good word. Thank you, Van Gogh Room, for your pair of roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Stones on fire. You are wondering, have I ever come up with my own parables? And if so, what? Well, I can look back on the experience of my own life and certainly come to many stories that are very metaphorical or symbolic. Usually they seem to arise in the moment. Perhaps I can try to recall any from my childhood. Nope. Not coming. Not only is my memory selective, but my selection itself is selective. And thank you, Enchanted Empress, for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that is true, Sky Guardian. Sometimes my family members are in the chat, and very rarely will they interact. And Thank you, Alan, for your 7 fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you ask, have you ever interacted with them? I don't remember, and to be honest, I don't usually read their words, because I trust that whatever they have to say is, something that I don't have to read. They are just increasing the quality of the experience for everyone else, which I am very grateful for. And thank you, Rodette, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Alan, you share that it makes you happy that I am singing. It seems fairly new. Well, a wise spiritual being once told me that it would benefit me to sing, and so I've been trying to do so. Also on YouTube in the comment section, one person made a timestamp and said, could you do this more? And so I clicked on the timestamp and I couldn't figure it out. I didn't get what they were asking more of. The following topic was nothing out of the ordinary. And then I realized it had nothing to do with the subject matter and everything to do with the fact that I just happened to sing the mantra that time. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Something easy I can do. Thank you, Candy Love, for your rose. Hola. Radhe, Radhe. Stones on Fire, you ask, how does one enter into prophetic dreaming consistently? By letting go of the need to tell the future entirely. By being so accepting of the present that all of your energy is here, and you will begin to pick up on subtle patterns without any effort. When you are fully present, you are almost able to see how this moment is transforming, what direction it will go. It is when our attention is elsewhere that we are not in tune with the changing moment. Thank you, Alan. Good night. And good morning to you, Michelle. And good evening, Lauren. I like how we got a good evening, good morning, and a good night in a row. Goes to show we have such a diverse audience in time and space. And thank you, Katie, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Nikki Barbie, you ask, when do I sleep? Well, generally at nighttime. For me, it's 8:30 p.m., thereabouts, 8:25. And I usually go to bed around 12 in the morning. Sometimes later, sometimes earlier. Amanda, you share that a bee bit your dog. You just reminded me of a parable that happened in my childhood. We used to have bunnies in the backyard, my family, and my mom asked me what I wanted to name them, and so I named them Volcano and Backwards. Probably the only creature that ever had the name Backwards. I felt quite clever for coming up with that name. I can't exactly remember the reasoning, Nonetheless, Volcano and Backwards were there in my backyard. And one of them had already passed away, and so there was just one of them left. But a bee apparently bit the dog next door, and that aggravated the dog, and the dog jumped over the fence, and then it ended up hurting the bunny, and the bunny passed away. Who got the karma in that situation? Is it the owners for not being more careful of their dog? Is it the bee for stinging the dog? Is it the dog for reacting and hurting the bunny? Actually, it was me who got the karma, because I was the one grieving the loss. I was the one getting upset with the neighbor and the dog and the bee. It is through our judgment of a situation doth karma become bestoweth. Amanda, you shared that you had a bunny as a child, and your 4 sisters and you fought over the name, and we agreed Bunny till you picked a name. His name stayed Bunny. I love that. Bunny. I had a pet named Wormy once, and I thought Wormy died, so I put Wormy to rest in a pot, and then I went to check on his corpse for some reason one day, and his corpse wasn't there. Either he had turned into soil, or he wasn't dead at all and he was moving around the pot. Very clever name. Wormy. Rhiannon, you shared that you had a hamster named Spudgy because he felt spudgy. I love that. Spudgy. That's great. You named one of your cats Cat Dragon. Always makes you smile. I love that. And thank you, Robin, for your rose a moment ago as well. Jai Sitaram. Stones on Fire. You had asked, what is the best path to joy? Let joy lead you on your path, rather than it being the destination. The greatest joy is that which is the subject of all action, and not the object. It is the source of your quest, and not the result. We become joyful for joy itself, and then everything we do comes secondary. Small Bean Sasha, you shared that you had a cat named Sausage because he was mean and really fat. We didn't adopt him, he adopted us. I love that. Sausage. Reminds me of a cat named Burrito. When my family went to the adoption center to pick up a cat, you know, many cats were in their cages except for one. One was just roaming about on the floor, and he was really chunky. And what he would do is he'd walk up to your feet and he'd go flop right on your feet. And he was so big that he would weigh you down. You couldn't move. You were walking and suddenly you were not walking. His name was Burrito. And Burrito would just glob himself over your feet. And then you were stuck. He was like, you are going to pet me, and you are not allowed to move until you are done petting me. I will weigh you down until I receive your pet. Burrito was an entrepreneur in the cat world. Michelle, you shared that you used to have a pet bunny that ate your Barbie's nose. Aww. Hello, cornbread. Catbee, you ask, how do you find yourself when you've completely lost yourself? You become lost and let yourself wander. And in that wandering, you discover that one can never know themselves truly. Who we are is even a mystery to ourselves. And that is a miracle. By doing good, being there for, and serving others, we start to understand the miracle of life inside us, that we are. Through the reflection of our good labor, we see an imprint of ourselves in others. Rhiannon, you share. Yes. Truth. You got lost in purpose in a forest once. That's my regular Friday. Or at least I wish. I don't get lost in a forest often enough. But that's my favorite thing to do, is become directionless. Until I pull out my phone and go, okay, where am I really? I like getting turned around. Melissa, you asked a moment ago, why are some people evil? Are they born that way? Or does life make them evil? When you look into a baby's eyes, there is nothing but potential. And the potential to do both good and harm is there. Life is so fragile. And when we experience our own fragility, we may try to show how fragile others are so that we don't become alone in our suffering. Hurt people hurt people. Oftentimes, it is not the solution to the problem that we are missing, but understanding for what it's like to go through it. When people experience a problem in life, without higher knowledge, they may come to force others to undergo the same problem so that they feel understood. It's a naive way of coming to understanding. There are other ways to get people to understand without giving them the same suffering you have. But how can you know how to come to understanding without first making mistakes? More so, we have to learn what it feels like to be understanding ourselves so that we feel understood. In this way, I do not believe that there are evil people, but people can do evil things because the potential is there for both good and harm. And just as there are way more ways to tangle your headphones than there are ways to untangle them, so too it's often just easier to do something that causes harm than it is to do something that helps and is good. It is a very difficult thing to be a good person, truly, unconditionally loving. It is the quest of a lifetime that we are all on, and not just one lifetime, but many, 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 full of so many mistakes and ups and downs. But all of us are coming to understanding of how we can love without getting in the way of that love, feel without getting in the way of our own feelings, and think without our mind thinking for us. Just as the possibility to do harm is always there, so is the possibility to do good, for retribution, for learning. Any time we see bad in others, what we are really seeing is their potential that is waiting to be unfolded. And maybe all it takes is someone like you to be a witness for their unfolding, and that potential becomes manifest, and you experience the beauty that has always been inside them. Thank you, Jared, for your 3 Let 'em Cooks, a heart me, and 40 team bracelets. Radhe, oh Radhe. And thank you, Dagmata, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Kristen, you asked a moment ago, can one subconsciously or accidentally make someone suffer in the same way you are? If we cause another to be harmed, that is a very unconscious thing to do. Because if you are fully conscious of life, then you are conscious of the fact that other people are conscious too. And in the same way that you don't want to experience suffering, you are conscious of that same truth in others. So being fully conscious means that you will go out of your way to help others and eliminate their suffering. It is only by being unconscious and stuck in old habitual ways that we cause others to be harmed. It is through lacking awareness that we harm or cause others to be harmed. Conversely, when we want to help others, we do so through heightening our awareness of our own suffering and theirs. The more conscious you become, the more your decisions will be guided towards loving kindness. And thank you, Melissa, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Smash Lee McGee, you ask, how to overcome trauma and PTSD. Both of those things are very personal, and the method in which we attend to our trauma is also going to be very personal. But in general, it starts with using different words than overcome or beat, or combat with, or fight. Do be careful that you don't make your trauma to be another enemy, combat with, or fight. Do be careful that you don't make your trauma to be another enemy. And I think my internet disconnected me for a moment. Do let me know when my connection has returned. I'm back. Thank you, Miss Xiao. I'm not sure at what point it got cut off in, but the moral of the story when it comes to trauma is to befriend it rather than be victorious over it. Offer a helping hand rather than swinging a punch or trying to run away from it. To heal trauma means to hold space for it. It means to feel what you don't want to feel, rather than trying to feel something that you're not. Exactly those thoughts that you've been avoiding, those are the best thoughts to observe and watch them transform into understanding. And well said, Rhiannon. It's painful, but it's freeing. So true. Eventually, that trauma blossoms into wisdom. Sounds funny, but seriously. The wisest people in the universe got to where they got to, not because they lived a life free from adversity. Quite the opposite, in fact, because they've lived such raw experiences that they are able to connect with others at the deepest level of their being. Because it is during a traumatic experience that you witness such raw components of life, such real, such powerful and moving forces. Those experiences, though hard to process, give rise to the most beautiful of realizations about what our needs are, ultimately, about our purpose, etc. It can take a lifetime to see that tree blossom, but the fruit waiting you at the end of that journey is so, so sweet. This is my perception. I like the way you put that, Mr. Mate. Why is day-to-day life trying so hard to hide its ultimate majestic truth? Good question. Thank you, Bella, for your quintet of roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Sammy, for your ice cream cone. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Storm, for your heart me. Veronica Constance, it's a lovely name you have. You asked, how can you tell the difference between intuition and imagination when both are so vivid? Imagination is that which explores possibility, and intuition guides you to the first step in order to awaken that possibility. In other words, imagination is like a dream, but intuition is what wakes you up to make that dream a reality. Echo Leaf, you ask, how can a Buddhist know when they are in love? Now this sounds like a great punch or a setup to a joke. Someone come up with a punchline. How can a Buddhist know when they are in love? When they realize that they Buddha Kuda Woodha. That's a bad joke. Oh, that's terrible. I have to apologize for that one. You know, like shoulda, coulda, woulda, Buddha coulda, woulda. I don't know. Thank you, Jared, for the travel with you. Happy to have you here on the journey. Radhe, oh Radhe. It was okay. Thank you. I'll take that. And I like what you said. Oh boy. When they destroy their love. Sounds like a good koan. But you are also wondering what happened to my videos. Now, if you want an even better answer than the one I could give on such short notice, in the link tree in my bio, there's a FAQ. And in the FAQ, the frequently asked questions, I put a long answer to that if you're curious. But the long story short is that I took them down on principle because I wanted better for you all. And I felt like the kind of content that I was sharing, though very intellectually exciting, is not actually what is needed. What I need is not to excite you all to some mathematical object or some revelation that provokes the mind. Rather, what I need is to be more humble in my approach and connect with you on a deeper level rather than a broader level. Veronica, you ask. So, would I think intuition is like a fleeting thought, like your first thought before ego hits? It's a good question. Now, to tell you the truth, Veronica, I don't know. I don't actually think much about intuition, nor ego. I have found that when I listen to great masters that inspire me, they hardly ever use the words ego or intuition. These are words that we have picked up on here in our Western understanding. Intuition is a very difficult concept to differentiate between instinct versus imagination versus other thoughts. And to be honest, I don't think you even have to worry about that concept for your spiritual growth, because there is no such thing as making a right decision versus a wrong decision. There is, however, putting your faith into the choice that you make, wherever it is, and making it right. And if harm comes along that way, take accountability for that. Give love to every part of your experience. And do not differentiate between right and wrong. Rather, become steadfast in your journey, whatever it is, and you make the decisions right by your own determination. And in that process, you never even have to consider the words ego or intuition. And that's right, oh boy. There is an archive, not of my old videos. However, some people have recorded my old videos and you can find them. So be it. I don't mind that. Nothing I can do about that, really. The internet will always find a way. But there is an archive of all my live streams. And in my live streams, I discuss all the same concepts that I used to in my videos. Hello, Salma. Alhamed. And thank you, Jared, for your tiny diny. Nippy! And a snowboard. Radhe, oh Radhe. Dragon Babe Ashley, you share that I remind you of the guy who plays Scott Pilgrim. Yes, I seem to remind a lot of people of Michael Cera. It's Michael Cera, right? Or am I messing up my actors? Yeah. Coral Creature, you ask, have I read The Power of Now? No, but Eckhart Tolle is someone that I have learned a lot from. Good night, Rhiannon. Veronica, you share. So, as someone who overthinks and overanalyzes, what would you recommend for someone to gain direction? The problem with higher awareness is not that you become oversensitive to life and its possibilities, but precisely what you have described. The need to then analyze all of the possibilities that do arise from your sensitivity to life. I call that the need to patrol one's senses. And that need to patrol one's senses is often what keeps people from expanding their bubble. They feel like if I live a simple life that is free from any mind-opening concepts, if I keep my mind closed, then I only have to think a certain number of thoughts each day, and that makes my life easier. Which is fair, because the need to analyze is something that happens at a mental level. And if we become more and more aware, how can we possibly think about everything that we are coming into awareness of, when awareness is so much more expansive than even what our mind contains? So with awakening comes the dropping of that warden of the mind, dropping of the need to patrol one's senses, coming to unconditional acceptance of everything. That I don't need to think about why that person said it in the way they did, or what kind of intention they had. I don't need to become aware of the emotions of everyone around me. Or rather, in becoming aware of their emotions, I don't need to try to judge them, understand them, label them, because I know that who I am at heart is something so much more beyond all of the comings and goings of daily life. There is nothing that I can think about that could define the state of who I am, what I am, how I am. That beingness inside me is untouched by the drama of life, and therefore there is no reason to patrol my sensations, because no sensation can affect me. What I am as that awareful witness is beyond effect. It is the cause of all movement, but fire cannot burn it. Water cannot wet it. Wind cannot dry it. A sword cannot pierce it. You are not this abode of flesh and bones which sleeps, decays, and dies. You are immortal consciousness, the Lord of the earth and skies. With that understanding of your Atman, acting as though you are an eternal soul, then what need is there to overthink everything when what you are is infinite and enough, just as you are, here, now, forever and always. What is my hair doing, by the way? It looked like it was making a little curl. Anyway, good night, Priscilla. And And thank you, Storm, for your friendship necklace a moment ago. This makes me not want to pay taxes. Yes, I understand. Sometimes we might come to the realization that to really be spiritual, I must escape this society. I have to go out and live in a cabin in the woods, off the grid. But then what example would we be setting for those who are not yet ready to make that decision? Still, we must be a participating member of society so that we can still be spiritual inward, be unattached inward, but engage with everyone, be of help to everyone, be a shining example that it's possible to live in this system and yet inwardly be as free as the Buddha. It is possible. You don't need to renounce the world and go live in a cave. Your cave can be your own mind, and your meditation can be on that inner peace, that Sat-Chit Anandam, existence, consciousness, bliss, in which the whole world appears like the mirage of seeing a snake in a rope. And thank you, Frank Lee, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. Catherine, you shared that you had 4 people my age looking for a place to pitch a tent. So sad. Tell me, Catherine, what came of these boys? Did you interact with them? Told them to clear a spot for you? You love living off the grid. Well, I'm happy that you found that although they are not in society, or at least not in a house like you are, there is a kind of freedom that comes with living wherever you find a spot to camp. I am sure that it was a learning experience for them, but as a mother, naturally, or someone with motherly tendencies, you will want to take them in under your wing. And hello, Hannah. How am I doing? How are the kitties? Welcome. I am doing well, feeling happy and blissful. And the kitties are very happy too. They love playing catch the mouse. What I did was, a few months ago, I took one of their toy mouses, or mice, one could say, and I tied a string around the tail of one of the mice and withdrew it very long, and then I tied the other end to the tail of the other mouse. And now I have this very long string that has a mouse on each end, and I swing them around the room and they just go crazy running after it. And I love seeing their different hunting styles, even though they're brothers. Sandy is such a chaser, sprinter. He is running around it all over the time. But Shadow, he likes to, well, stalk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to pounce. And he leaps forward. And then he flosses his teeth with the string. I love playing with them. I get to have fun also. You're very welcome, Veronica. Thank you for being open to this Sangha today. Thank you, make my day better. I am happy that you found beauty in this session as well. And I love that sentence that you share. All glory for Jesus. God is the Prince of Peace. I love that. It's a wonderful sentence. Did you come up with that? You poet, or? I am curious. Catherine, you are wondering, how can we define unconditional acceptance? It means that whatever arises in this moment, we will gladly attend to the best of our abilities. There isn't any resistance. And I'm happy that you like hearing about my kitties, Hannah. I love cats. Carol from work, you ask, do I think there are parts of ourselves we should resist and should not accept? That's a good question. If you're referring to parts of ourself that could hurt others, naturally, there are times where we can set boundaries with ourselves. The word acceptance can mean many things to many people, but unconditional acceptance doesn't mean you don't set boundaries with yourself or with others. And boundaries don't mean that we judge those parts of ourselves or others either. Because when we judge ourselves, parts of ourselves that we don't like, then we increase their power over us, ironically. It is like when someone is angry and you tell them, calm down. We are judging the fact that they're angry. What happens? Does that anger decrease? Do you say, calm down to someone who's angry, and they go, right, forgot to do that. Thank you. Yes, I will calm down now. They get more angry, right? It never seems to work. And the same applies with ourselves. If we judge ourselves for having some problem, then it's not like that judgment makes the problem go away. At the same time, you might worry that accepting a part of you would only bring it out more, which is a good concern to have, because if the problem is indeed that giving energy to it seems to just extremify it, wouldn't acceptance do the same thing, just in another way? And that's the funny thing. When you accept someone for the way they are, they may use that space for their own growth. And when you accept a part of yourself, then you may use that space for your own growth as well. It is from forgiveness that we improve, rather than suppression, resistance. It is the conflict we have with ourselves that causes our bad habits. Being in full acceptance of yourself means that you are open to change. And thank you, Jared, for the let 'em cook. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I like that, Jarrett. We have to change if we want the world to change, for it is a reflection of us. Well said. And thank you. All glory for Jesus. I'm very grateful to have you here. Dina, how boo, you ask? Do I have a podcast? No, not at the moment at least. But consider this like a podcast. Except one that you can even engage in. That's even better in some sense. You get to direct the flow of the podcast. You want to play it while you paint? Well, the good news is that I do also upload the recordings of these live streams to my YouTube channel. So if that is something you're interested in, there's hundreds of hours of this sort of thing there. And thank you for your blessings, Ilya Kills, that you reflect on everyone. Big love. I love that. Maddie Baddy, you ask, am I vegetarian or vegan? It's a challenging question for me to answer. Although I have a straightforward answer, I find that people may worry that one's dietary habits are something for others to also think about for themselves. And I want to make clear that whatever my answer to this question is not something that I would like for other people either. I want everyone to know that they are free in their own choices. And I don't think that there is one diet right for everyone, since we all have different bodies with different needs. Over the past few years for me, I have gradually transitioned to a diet which just so happens to not include meat. And I use those words very carefully. It just so happens to not include meat. It wasn't a conscious decision that I'm not eating meat. It just worked out that way. I found that some foods are really heavy. Some foods are very stimulating. Other foods have a very easing effect on the mind. And I've discovered that those kinds of food, for me, just so happen not to include meat. But what I was looking for in my diet was that which made me feel good in my mind, having a more peaceful mind. That was the goal. And may we all have the same goal, even if it brings us to different paths. And I love that. Anuka Hugers, you share that Jesus is your food. I do understand. Indeed. The very bread of life. Give us this day our daily bread. And thank you, Dina, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jarrett, for your fire and your finger heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Amanda, you share. You need to stop eating food or else you'll be sick, but so good. Remember that everything we do for ourselves is also for others. Go to the gym, not just so that you look good, but so you can be strong enough to carry others when they need help. Give yourself some rest, not just because you need it, but because those people in your life deserve a rested and a wakeful you. So too with our body and its dietary needs. Make sure that it gets the fuel it needs so that you may share your resource of love with others. Dean Jude, you say, let's start a band. Though I can't play any instruments myself, perhaps we can all harmonize in our diverse experience. But rather than being dissonant with one another, through our relative frequencies, we constitute a chord of life for the universe to hear. Chelsea Grace, you share that you see me on live every time you check TikTok. My schedule is kind of crazy. Or perhaps you are so in tune with me that you happen to come on here whenever I am also on. Or maybe I just go live at the same time every day that you open up TikTok. I do go live every day, or at least I try to. Catherine, you would love to hear me sing. Well, I don't know any songs, but I can sing to you some of my favorite mantras. I can sing the Gayatri mantra for you. That's a longer one. All right. The Gayatri mantra goes like this. Om Bhur Bhuva Svaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Prachodayat. It means something like the earth, the interspace, and the celestial plane. We meditate on that sun-like divinity through which this whole universe she has created. May she propel our intellects towards enlightenment. Finger Lakes, you ask. I don't know any songs. I really don't. I'm one of those people that just kind of forgets that music exists. Whenever I'm in a car, I never think to turn on the radio. Or whenever I'm in the shower, I don't bring a speaker or anything. I don't have a Spotify. I don't have Apple Music or whatever you guys use. I just feel like the sounds that are playing right now, and I don't just mean right now, I mean in the present moment, always, they're always enough. If I'm walking on a trail, the sounds of my feet on the dirt, sounds of the birds and the trees, the wind, the cars driving by, it's good. That's music to me. I think the world is full of music, even without music, if you know what I mean. But I understand that I'm weird like that. And I stick out like a sore thumb. Anytime someone asks me if I want to ox, tell them, there's no songs on my phone, I can't play anything for you. They go, that's okay, you can use my phone, what do you want to play? I don't know. Thank you, waste of time, for your heart, me and hand hearts a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. And Jarrett, thank you for your autumn leaves. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Catherine, you ask, what do you mean inner space? Consider the space of your body, for example. Inside your body, we experience so many sensations. We think not just with our brain, but our whole body. You can have a thought take place in your stomach. You can have a thought take place in your big toe. We do a lot of thinking here and not enough thinking here. But the whole space of experience, there is so much that we don't explore. And hello, WTF. And thank you, Catherine, for your 16 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And oh boy, you ask if I have any hair tips. You got long hair as a guy too. I love to hear it. Now I gotta be honest with you. I just use whatever my grandmother gets me for my birthday or Christmas. She buys me those 3-in-1, 4-in-1, 5-in-1 body wash, face wash, shampoo, conditioner, dishwasher fluid, detergent, drain cleaner. I just, and because I live in a house full of other women and girls, I'll just pick up whatever. And if it says shampoo, that's going on first. And if it says conditioner, that's going on second. That's all I know. Do people ask the Dalai Lama for hair care tips? That reminds me, in DARE, the DARE program in school, drugs and alcohol, what is it, resistance education or something like that. Before the RCMP officer came in to teach us about DARE, my teacher offered us to submit a question for them to answer. Maybe only Canada had DARE. Anyway, police officer comes in to educate us on, peer pressure and all that jazz. So we got to write questions for the police officer beforehand. And I had written, what shampoo do you use? And when the police officer walked into the room the next day, Oh my goodness. The feeling that arose within me, the sheer panic when I realized that he didn't have any hair and my name was attached to it. And so as he was reading out the questions, I clenched all of my muscles every time, waiting until he got to it. What shampoo do you use? And then everyone in the class just started laughing. And I slooped down into my desk. I thought, oh my God. I had no idea that the guy reading these questions would be bald. But he answered very seriously and explained that his wife got him some special serum that moisturizes his scalp. And he took the question very, very seriously. Just remembering that. Good times, good times. Thank you, waste of time, for your baker's dozen worth of roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Pamela, thank you for that rose. Jai Sitaram. Being bold isn't easy. I agree, cancel the internet. You mean bald? Being bald or bold isn't easy. And it's even more hard being bold and bald. Thank you, Alex, for your rose a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dan Hao Yo, thank you for your heart mate. Radhe Radhe. And I like that Freddy Fish face. Don't cancel the internet. Use it as a tool for good. I like that. And I have played my fair share of Dungeons and Dragons. Oh boy, oh. And Harley, you share it's not hard being bald. Less hair, less shampoo, less waste. I like that. The difficulty comes not in being bald, but struggling with a sense of self-image when hair is a way that we express ourselves, especially in our culture. Learning how to be free from even your own expectations of self-expression can be really limiting. Catherine, you love D&D. I am happy to hear that. That makes sense. Thank you, Jared, for the little crown. Hari Om Tat Sat. Was I a dungeon master or a player? I have done my fair share of both playing and being the master of the dungeon. What to tell you? I love how it is a game that inspires so much creativity on all levels, from character creation to strategizing, through how you prepare the campaign, how you act. It is such a creative game. I love it a lot. And I love how much patience and time goes into them. It's very impressive. Those people that meet up week after week. As anyone who's played D&D will know, it's a miracle when the gang gets together. When the dungeon master and all the players are ready. And thank you, Nick Young, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And waste of time. Thank you for your tiny. Beep beep. Thank you, Jack. Do I have any tips for DMing? Since you're gonna do that soon, making a homebrew campaign and all, I love to hear it. I would get lost in your own world. Really make it open, not just a kind of simulated openness. Prepare and do more preparation than necessary. Have a whole moving civilization go on in your heart. And then if your players really derail it, that's okay. If they say, nah, I'm not doing this quest, and they go west into the forest, no problem, you just look at your map. Oh yes, I've created a town to the west of here. This town is very fierce. The people there do not like outsiders. This shall make for an interesting adventure today. And Harley O'Gray, you share that you feel like for you, looks are superficial and it's what's inside that counts. I love that. It's very true. That potential that exists within everyone, though often less perceptible to others, is very much where our beauty lies. Sometimes expressing that can be a good indication for others of what's inside, but it isn't always necessary. Amazing Grace, you ask, do I know Jesus? Do I know Jesus? You're asking, have I heard of him? I think there isn't a person alive who hasn't heard of Jesus. Do I know him personally? I would like to. Thank you, Michael, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Amanda, I'm in your earbuds halfway down the street, and you realize you're at 4%. Well, then I have to say something meaningful to you that will replay when your earbuds die. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang. And then the earbuds die. And Amanda is left there, halfway down the street. Now with that song stuck in her head. My phone is vibrating. Which means it's probably time to land the plane shortly. And thank you, Waste of Time, for your wonderful galaxy. Hari Om Tat Sat. I can't leave. I will be with you. Just not physically. Just 3 more hours. I have a date with a banana smoothie soon. I cannot cheat on that banana smoothie. But before I go, there are a few segments that I'd like to go through. 3 of them, in fact. I have a question of the day for you all, a short reading, and then we will do a chanting session together if that's something you're interested in. We'll be doing a Buddhist mantra today, honoring 5 different things. The Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, our parents, and something else. I forget what. but I am excited for honoring that fifth thing as well. Until then, I have a question of the day for you all. Today I'm wondering, what virtue would you wish upon your child? And if it's easier to think about just a child in general, what is a virtue? Now, kids are already just bundles of virtues, so much joy. It's about growing up without losing those virtues. What would you wish for them to keep? Shepherds of light, you say humility. That is a big one. And life does have a way of humbling us. That is for sure. And oh boy, oh, you asked for me to define virtue. Let us say, for the context of this question, virtue is just a positive trait. A trait that a role model would have. Empathy, says waste of time. I like that. It's so simple. Kindness, says Enchantress Theodora. And pure happiness to stay within them, says Amanda. Strength, shares the Canadian Crusader. And Catherine the Wise Old Owl. I love your many titles. I love a good username with a title affixed at the end. Honesty, says Jill. That's a good one. Transparency, says Sam. That's beautiful. I like that also. Courage, adds the Canadian Crusader. To love one another, says Shelley Wheeler. And Dice Throw, you share. Joy without judgment, or need for justification of that joy. Well said. Very well said. I like that a lot. Thank you. Discernment, says Maddie Patty. How wonderful. Always good to be discerning. Shepherds of light, you share as well. That the spirit moves in mysterious ways, opening a portal to this person's intrigue and insight. Talking about me? Empathy, adds Joanna. Resilience, shares Portia. Resilience is a good thing to have while growing up. I agree, definitely. Having fun, says Playful. Your username certainly checks out. I like this Tattvamasi. You say explore all inner demons. Having that openness to ask the hard questions about our own opportunities for change and growth. Indeed. Be a good listener, says Yee Yee. Perspective, says Keeping It Wheels. I like that. Compassion, says Prince Melodic. Acceptance, says Amanda Michelle. The calm, says Martha Lagarra. Calmness is a good virtue. Walla walla bing bang. Many people echoing compassion. I love that. Forgiveness, says Bernie. Holiness, says Buddy. Be open to learning, says Keeping It Wheels. And laughter, it's contagious, says Amanda. I love that. No expectations, says Amanda Michelle. Inner peace and self-love, says the Canadian Crusader. Wisdom, shares Kate. Thank you. everyone, for exploring this question of the day with me again. And with that, all of the ideas explored, it is my addition to the question of the day that I hope all of those virtues you wish upon a child, you find to have been within you and your inner child, and may that inner child bestow them upon you too. Now let us move on to our second to last segment, reading one last time from Roar the Ganges. And thank you, Michael, for your heartbeat. Aridom Tat Sat. And yes, I do have bracelets or accessories. I have these bracelets that my mother gave me for my birthday this year. And that's it. They're made of Amazonite. And I can't get them off me. They're too tight. Yes, we will be reading another section of Roar the Ganges. And I am curious if... Oh yes, that's nice. Our filter works as well with the cover of this book. Like a portal into space. That makes me happy to see. This book was gifted to me by one of our Sanghis, Sky Guardian, who is a disciple of the author, Swami Taratmananda. And such author, Swamiji, has given us his best wishes and prayers for me to read to you all. He has also said that this book will be made as a free PDF shortly, in the near future, so I don't have to encourage you all to buy it, since I asked him. I said, Swamiji, I am basically giving a free audiobook. If you like, I can make sure that I do my best to get people to buy it also. He said, no need. This book takes place through his eyes, specifically in the coming days up to his initiation as a sannyasi, as a swami, a Hindu monk who is renouncing the world, including his old name, Mark. This chapter is called Devotion, Service, or Renunciation. Our mutual satsangi, Raj, continued to question our guru, Swami Dayananda, during satsang, showing no disrespect, but showing no hesitancy either. Perhaps it was his career in banking that made Raj so tenacious. I understand that yoga and meditation alone cannot make a person enlightened, Raj consented. But what about devotion, bhakti? For millennia, great saints have immersed themselves in devotion to God and gained enlightenment. My phone is vibrating. And gained enlightenment. Surely, bhakti must be a means for moksha, liberation. Isn't it true that followers of bhakti arrive at the same destination as those who follow the path of knowledge? It all depends on what they are seeking, Swami Dayananda replied. Many pray to God, Ishvara, that is one name for God in Sanskrit. Many pray to Ishvara to seek grace for the sake of enjoying a better life. They pray for health, wealth, family, success, and so on. Others pray for a better rebirth, believing they will undergo less suffering in the next life. Still, others invoke God's grace to get to heaven, where they believe they will dwell in the Lord's presence. But all the prayers, rituals, fasts, and austerities performed by such devotees are for the sake of gaining specific goals, not for the sake of enlightenment, moksha. On the other hand, those who seek moksha certainly employ devotional practices in their pursuit. They invoke Ishvara's grace to remove any obstacles hindering their quest. They pray for help in gaining the degree of inner preparation necessary for self-knowledge. After all, without God's help, we really can't accomplish anything. Yes, indeed, Raj solemnly affirmed, devotion is necessary for all. Everyone should worship God each day by visiting temples and spending time in prayer at home. Swami Dayananda corrected him, saying, "You cannot say that people should have devotion. Such feelings are not a matter of choice. They cannot be mandated. People have to discover the meaning and value of devotion. They have to discover their relationship to Ishvara. Only then will the seeds of devotion sprout and grow." The study of Vedanta actually helps people come to know the God to whom they pray. It helps deepen their relationship to Ishvara. And as their value for devotion grows stronger, fervent prayer helps make their study of Vedanta more fruitful. In this way, Bhakti, devotion, and the pursuit of Vedantic knowledge are mutually beneficial. They work together like the two sides of a ladder to reach the goal. For this reason, all these practices, devotion, yoga, meditation, and the pursuit of self-knowledge, are to be undertaken simultaneously. They are all necessary. Then what about selfless service? Raj asked. Does it also help in the pursuit of self-knowledge? Selfless service is just another name for karma yoga, and karma yoga is best understood as a form of devotion practiced while engaged in activity. When you do something to get a particular result, it is simply karma, action. But when your actions are a form of prayer, then it is karma yoga. Merely helping someone or doing chores in our ashram is not necessarily karma yoga. Karma yoga requires a prayerful attitude, an attitude in which the Ishvara's presence in each action is recognized. Whenever you act, you can choose your action, but you have no choice over the results. The results are not in your hands. They come according to the intelligent nature of the universe. And that intelligence is Ishvara's intelligence, expressed in the universal order of creation. Therefore, it is Ishvara who gives the results of all actions. That is taught in the most frequently quoted line of the Bhagavad Gita. Karma nevadhikaraste ma phalesu kadachana. You have the freedom to choose your actions, but never to their results. From the second chapter, the 47th verse. To look upon Ishvara as the giver of results is the basis for karma yoga. When you receive the fruits of your actions with complete recognition of their divine source, they become for you a gift of God, received from the Lord's hands, so to speak. You can receive all results prayerfully, even when they are not exactly what you had hoped for. With this attitude, everything you do becomes a prayer. Going to work, shopping, in the market, spending time with your family and friends, living a prayerful life of karma yoga blesses you with the preparation necessary for gaining moksha. So, people who bear the responsibilities of a job and family can still gain moksha? Asked Raj, preparing for a new line of questioning. Sure, why not? Swami Dayananda answered. As long as they act with the prayerful attitude of karma yoga. Then why is there so much emphasis on becoming a monk in our Hindu culture? Many people say that only sannyasis, renunciants, can gain moksha. No, that is not correct, Swami Dayananda replied. Our tradition recounts stories of many householders who gained moksha. King Janaka became enlightened while ruling a kingdom. Even the ancient rishis had families, and the central teaching of the Bhagavad Gita is that you should seek moksha while fulfilling your duties in life. That is what Lord Krishna taught to Arjuna, the greatest of warriors, when he wanted to run away from the battlefield and embrace a life of renunciation and solitary meditation. And we will end our reading of Roar the Ganges there for today. Next time, it seems we will go into a short discussion on the Bhagavad Gita itself, followed by some more lines of questioning between Swami Dayananda and Raj. So with that, I thank you all for listening together. A lovely segment. I concur. Bhakti is necessary, just as yoga, selfless service is, and the acquiring of self-knowledge all lead simultaneously to moksha, liberation. And thank you, Michael, for your beautiful heart me and blooming ribbons you sent as we began reading. Radhe, Radhe. And Joanna, thank you for your subscription too. I am very grateful to have you here always, and I look forward to continuing my ability to serve that divinity within you. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Waste of Time, for your hand hearts as well. So as I said before, we will be concluding our session today with a chanting. Today we are going to be chanting a Buddhist mantra. So I will render the pronunciation up here. It starts with Imaya Dhamma Nudhamma Patipattiya. And then we are going to say a different word for each of the 5 times we repeat this line. The first time we are going to be saying Buddham Pujemi, and then the second time it'll be Dhammam, then Sangham, then Mata Pitaro, and Acharya. What is it? I'm covering it. Acharya. What we are doing in each of these times is, where is it? There it is. I don't know if you can see. Translates roughly to, by this practice, in conformity with the Dharma, I worship thee. And then first the Buddha, second the Dharma, third the Sangha, fourth my parents, and fifth my teachers. And then after each of the 5 times we recite this, we will end with Sadhu, 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 which means well said, well said, well said. Truth be told, truth be told, truth be told. All right. So I'm going to now minimize our background music that we've had throughout the duration of this live thus far, so that I may maximize the traditional chanting of it for us to sing along together. And it is also said that it is recited as a reminder of the essential aspects of the Buddhist path and as a way to express gratitude and reverence. All right. So please join me if you feel inclined to. Otherwise, you're just welcome to listen. I certainly will not be pronouncing this the right time, the first time. So it's going to take me a couple loops for it to really sink in. And I am sure the same will be true for you. So don't worry if you can't get it immediately. And we will be doing so for just the next 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and then we'll end the live stream. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya buddhaṃ pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya dhammaṃ pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya sanghaṃ pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya mata pitaro pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya acariye pujemi. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya buddhaṃ pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya dhammaṃ pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya sanghaṃ pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya mata pitaro pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya
Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya buddhaṃ pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya Dhammam pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya Sangham pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya Mata pitaro pujemi. Imaya dhammanu dhamma patipattiya Acariye pujemi. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha.
I guess the next song started playing. That was fun. Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Thank you all for chanting with me or just listening. That was a very lovely Buddhist mantra that I very happily listened to and chanted with together. Here my phone is vibrating once again, which means it's really time for me to end this live. I'm happy that you enjoyed that, Amanda and Warrior Priestess and Nadia. Thank you all for joining me today in this lovely Sangha. As always, I will be uploading the recording of this to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, which is the first link in the link tree in my bio. There you can find this whole 4-hour video and many other videos. Also, Sky Guardian has volunteered to clip out the readings and chanting, so if you're looking for one of those things in particular, then they also have dedicated playlists on the same YouTube channel. There's also my Yamsox ASMR hyphen spiritual ASMR YouTube channel. That is the second link in the link tree in my bio. There we've been reading through the Bhagavad Gita ASMR style, which, look at that, it's traveling through space. I am holding the Akash in my hand. This 5,000-year-old scripture, which is referenced in almost everything we read, from Roar the Ganges to the Vachana Amrut. It's good to be familiar with the Bhagavad Gita. It's really short. In fact, it is only this big because it has an introduction as well as an epilogue and big font and commentary. The true Bhagavad Gita could probably fit on your chest. I don't know why I thought of it that way, but It could definitely fit on your chest. You could probably get a tattoo of the whole Bhagavad Gita. Mind you, it would probably have to be pretty small text, but it could definitely fit. People asking for tattoo ideas, there's your tattoo idea. Get the Bhagavad Gita. If not tattooed on your body, tattoo it in your heart. It's a wonderful scripture. I just recorded the 6th episode, or rather, the 8th episode, since we did an introduction, I believe. No, the 7th episode, including the introduction. We just read the 6th chapter on, what is it that I read today? I will have to look again. On Dhyana Yoga, I remembered. On the yoga of meditation. So it's all about meditation. A very good chapter that is. And I will be uploading that as soon as I get done from saying goodbye to all of you. And we've been doing a couple other things. A few weeks ago, I made a video talking you down from an anxiety attack. That's also on the ASMR YouTube channel. And yesterday I uploaded a video that was a chanting tutorial. Everything you'd ever want to know about chanting, with mala beads for relaxation, anxiety relief, or for meditation in general. And I will be doing a guided meditation at some point on the ASMR YouTube channel as well. And other than that, my last advertisement is for that which is on my microphone. Yamsox. Or if you don't like socks, a tiny beanie. Which reminds me, for Sarah Lynn, who loves the tiny dino, I shall make a tiny sticker. Saying that out loud so I remember. For the live subscribers. But this guy says, yippee! Anyway, both of those things are on the store section of the link tree in my bio. And I feel hesitant to advertise it, because I'm not exactly one trying to become materially minded, but nonetheless it is supporting my aspiration to go to India this summer, which is right now my biggest priority in the journey of my spiritual practice. So it'll benefit me very greatly to expand my comfort zone and go to that land of rich spiritual heritage and have many expectations shattered, I'm assuming. And to learn about the privileges that I have here, that I take for granted. And thank you, Johanna, for your baker's dozen worth of roses. And Paul, thank you for your heart me as well. Radhe, Radhe. And this is my show. Thank you for your ginger man. Jai Sita Ram. And it's all Legos. Thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Paul, for your pair of roses. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, who is zooming through space as I hold this frame. Isn't that a wonderful effect? So cool. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment